627. For the time being, the wasteland was still unaware that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had lost the hidden official with the highest battle prowess in history, but had gained a new hidden official with the lowest cultivation base in history. Even if they knew, they would probably treat it as a huge joke. In fact, even on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, not many people took it seriously. This was especially so for the Sword Immortals. They only felt that their boss Sword Immortal was acting indifferently. A new broom sweeps clean. After Chen Pinggan sat down, he did exactly 3 things. The hidden official's lineage had 2 private residences, both outside the city. One was used to avoid the heat, while the other was used to avoid the cold. All the secret files that had been stored in the past 100 years were moved to the side of the road. They were stacked layer by layer behind Chen Pinggan, piling up like a mountain. The previous hidden official did not take away the jade tablet with the ancient words hidden official on it, nor did he destroy the archives that had been passed down for thousands of years by the hidden official's lineage. Other than Chen Pinggan's backer, Chen Pinggan also got someone to move an immortal's treasure, the sword room. Each person had 2 messenger flying swords that the sword workshop had specially made for the hidden official's lineage. Under Chen Pinggan's request, the sword workshop's swordsmith had engraved everyone's names on the swords. Chen Pinggan, Miu, Pang Yuanji, Dong Bude, Jiu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Guizhujiu, Lin Junbai, Deng Liang, Song Gaoyuan, Cao Gun, Shenshen. These were all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, the 2 flying swords that belonged to Chen Pinggan were directly engraved with the words hidden official instead of the name Chen Pinggan. The third thing was that Chen Pinggan and his subordinate sword cultivators went straight to the point and said something that could not be more straightforward. Everyone, including me, there are a total of 12 people. All the sword cultivators here are very smart and should know that we have one thing in common, which is that our realms are not high and the killing power of our swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in the current offensive and defensive battles. However, our brains are still good. When we encounter problems, we are willing to think more and get used to it. The thought of an ordinary sword cultivator is something that we may have gone through several rounds. This is called practice makes perfect. The identity of the hidden official's lineage is the greatest recognition to you. However, this is not an iron rice bowl. Every one of our suggestions, especially every strategy that ultimately affects the entire sword formation, will easily involve tens of thousands of sword cultivators, or even hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, and even the lives of many sword immortals. I only have one request, which is that everyone should rack their brains and do their best to make suggestions. If I find that someone is dragging us down in any aspect, or that someone who seems to be smart but is actually not good enough, I will directly expel him from the hidden official's lineage. No matter how valuable your reputation is, it is not as valuable as the lives of sword cultivators and their natal flying swords. Therefore, this is definitely not an easy task, so please be mentally prepared. We need to be responsible for everyone who dies in battle. The bigger problem is those sword cultivators who are living a life worse than death, or those who have friends and family who died in battle. They might hold a grudge against the 12 of us, trash sword cultivators who only know how to talk. It's normal for them to hate us, and we can't change that. However, we can't be disappointed in this, not even a little bit. If someone harbors a grudge because of this and deliberately does something bad, once I detect it, I will let Sword Immortal Miu deliver a sword strike and kill them directly. I won't listen to any excuses, and once I suspect someone, that person will die. Therefore, I only have one final question. Who wants to leave the lineage of the hidden officials? It is not too late to withdraw now. Otherwise, instead of scheming against me, Chen Pinggan, and comparing the depths of our shrewdness, it is better to do it cleanly and go to the top of the city to kill demons with your swords. Even if you can obtain a little merit, it is definitely better than wasting your time here, only to die, harming others and yourself. The other 11 sword cultivators were silent, but their eyes were resolute. Chen Pinggan nodded. Very good. Even a young sword cultivator like Junbai with great prospects for the Great Dao did not hesitate at all, daring to stake his Great Dao and his life here. I feel that the hearts of the people can be used. Lin Junbai immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Chen Pinggan would not use this opportunity to avenge a personal grudge, would he? Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes, and his gaze wandered across the faces of the sword cultivators. He slowly said, "We are not sitting here to cultivate, nor to refine swords. We are only sitting here to represent the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to make the biggest deal in the world with those beasts in the wilderness. We want to make the most profitable deal for the tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. We want to use the least amount of our lives to exchange for the most amount of the enemy's lives. Everyone, we will never have such an opportunity again in this lifetime. Even if you have great fortune in the future, you will be able to reach the peak of the Great Tao, become immortals, ascendant realm, and then reincarnate. Even if there is a next life, you will never have such an opportunity again. Even if you become the leader of a sect in the vast world, there will be countless sword cultivators in your sect. How many sword immortals can you mobilize to make them willing to use their swords and sacrifice themselves? You have to cherish the present, because this is a magnificent feat that only the 12 of us can accomplish in the several worlds in the past 10,000 years, and 10,000 years later." Guo Zhujiu sat behind the table, and his eyes were resolute. He suddenly cupped his fists, but did not say anything. Dong Buji followed behind, also in high spirits, and cupped his fists high. Lin Junbai, Jiyu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and even Sword Immortal Miu cupped their fists one by one. This was especially true for the young sword cultivators from other continents. All of them were agitated. For outsiders who dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice their swords, especially those who dared to use their swords and were unwilling to leave after a great battle, the younger the sword cultivator, the purer and more ambitious they were. Chen Pinggan said, "Don't be in a hurry to give orders to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Let's first familiarize ourselves with the battlefield. Follow Lin Junbai's plan and perform your duties. After an hour, I will make another decision." To Chen Pinggan, Lin Junbai's plan was too crude. However, it was the result of Lin Junbai's quick thinking, and he could not ask for more. However, after an hour, or rather after this, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would deal with the 60 tents of the wilderness in the same way. Chen Pinggan did not feel that his lineage of hidden officials had any chance of victory. Chen Pinggan began to flip through the secret files of the old hidden officials. He flipped through the books very quickly, and there were more than 10 books with blank pages beside him. When he saw the key points, he would copy them down. At the same time, he would occasionally glance at the battlefield from the corner of his eye, and then at the 11 people, observing the minute changes in their expressions. The graceful handwriting was the bamboo nunnery sword immortal's handwriting. The sharp strokes were that of the female sword immortal Luo Shan. What a good handwriting! The content was refreshing, clean, and there was naturally no fault to be found. Even though the 3 sword immortals had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could still be said that they had done their best in the matter of the secret records. After an extremely precise hour, Chen Pinggan held the folded fan in his hand. He did not open it, but only raised it gently, and then slammed it heavily on the table. He said, "Continue to watch the battlefield, and just listen to what I have to say. From now on, everyone has to take care of 3 things. The first is the matter of your job. Everyone has to keep a close eye on the painting. The second is for everyone to start taking notes, so that others can pass them around. Once there is a need, you can directly ask for the notes from others for reference. The third is for the flying swords to transmit messages to various places at certain times." Chen Pinggan continued, "Let's start with the third thing. The flying swords of the hidden official's lineage are extremely fast. Other than some major strategies, which I will personally transmit to all the sword cultivators, the rest of the minor adjustments and changes of the sword formation will be done by each of you. Among them, Miu, Dong Bubu, and Jiyu Jianlong are responsible for transmitting to all the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi will be divided into the left, middle, and right territories. Guo Zhujiu and Wang Xinshui are responsible for all the flying swords to all the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms." Hearing this, Miu frowned. Because this did not seem to make sense. Logically speaking, he should be the one to contact the other sword cultivators. Chen Pinggan explained, "Sword Immortal Miu, if one sword cultivator speaks to another sword cultivator, the level of cultivation is a threshold in the heart. If it is not pure enough, it is easy to cause problems. Many opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. A stagnation and hesitation can mean that they are gone. Can you understand this? Miu nodded. In fact, this hidden official was already very polite. Some of the things that he did not say were reasons. For example, Miu had a bad impression in the eyes of the other sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Comparatively speaking, Guo Zhujiu and Wang Xinshui, who had extremely low cultivation bases, were communicating with sword immortals through flying swords. It was indeed a more straightforward way of doing business. If Miu, a sword immortal who was famous for being ostentatious, were to give orders, there would indeed be a great number of sword immortals who would not listen to him at all. Chen Pinggan continued, "In the future, if you have such doubts, just ask me face to face. If you can persuade me to change my mind, that would be best." Besides, Pang Yuanji is responsible for contacting the battle supervisors of the hidden officials, as well as the Confucian students' military achievement recorder. There are fewer of them, so Pang Yuanji is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Central Plains. Lin Junbai is responsible for the sword cultivators of the South Swirl continent. Deng Liang is responsible for all the sword cultivators of the North continent. Song Gaoyuan is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Golden Armor continent. Xian Can is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Drifting Clouds continent. Cao Gun is responsible for the sword cultivators of the White Peak continent. These sword cultivators who had mysteriously become part of the hidden official's lineage were mostly skilled in mental calculation and tactics, as well as chess. For example, Lin Junbai and Xian Can were both true national masters. Miu really had a question, so he asked the hidden official directly, "Why don't the sword cultivators of the other continents contact the sword cultivators and sword immortals of the other continents? Wouldn't there be less stagnation?" Chen Pinggan asked back. Deng Liang and the other sword cultivators from other continents came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and risked their lives. Now, they are being roped in to become the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage. Doing such a strenuous and unrewarding business, aren't they allowed to earn some extra favors? His words were very direct. It was obvious that he was doing business. Lin Junbai smiled knowingly. The sword cultivators of the other continents were also a little embarrassed. Of course, at the same time, they were even more delighted. They were even more grateful to this hidden official. If they could live, who would be willing to die? If they could not die and live with a clear conscience, then it was only right for them to think about their future path. Miu pondered for a while and figured out the crux of the matter. This sword immortal smiled helplessly and cupped his fists, indicating that he understood and had no more questions. The native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were in charge of contacting the native sword cultivators. But for outsiders like Lin Junbai, there was a hidden meaning behind the flying sword transmission. It was very particular. For example, he was in charge of contacting the Hassa continent in the south of the Central Plains. The sword cultivator Deng Liang of the Snow continent in the north was in charge of contacting the North continent in the northeast of the vast world. It was the same for the other sword cultivators. All of them used flying swords to contact the neighboring continents. Such a favor was like the cross-continent ferry. It was the fairest and least profitable business in the world. Such a sincere favor would naturally last for a long time, and the other party would miss it for a long time. As for the sword shio of this continent who were not locals, they had already thought highly of this group of young sword shio who had joined the lineage of the hidden official. Naturally, there was no need for the hidden official Chen Pinggan to help Deng Liang, Xianshan, and the others to add flowers to the brocade. Lin Junbai was the first to think. Since the other young sword cultivators of the other continents were chosen by the Great Wall of Sword Qi to become members of the hidden official lineage, just like what Chen Pinggan had said, their cultivation levels might not be high, but none of them were stupid. Naturally, they all thought of it quickly. Therefore, the only person they needed to ask was Miu of the highest cultivation level, the Jade Plain Realm. Chen Pinggan picked up a stack of books beside him. There were more than 10 books, and they all only had one title. The second matter is the most important. All of you, listen carefully. Chen Pinggan took out the 2 books at the top. They were titled First Book and Second Book respectively. He explained, these 2 books record in detail the names of sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms, their life-bound flying swords, and their abilities. The first book is for sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the second book is for sword cultivators of the other continents. Each page records 1 person. The page number will be written at the bottom right corner. You must remember the page number and the corresponding sword cultivator by heart. Then, Chen Pinggan put down the 2 books and explained the functions of the other books one by one. The second book was responsible for recording all the demons of the upper 5 realms of the wilderness who had shown their faces on the battlefield. There were also 2 books. The first book recorded all the great demons of the Ascendant Realm, Immortal Realm, and Jade Plane Realm sword cultivators in the Martyr's Palace. The second book recorded all the demon cultivators of the Jade Plane Realm apart from sword cultivators of the Jade Plane Realm. If they didn't know their names, they would give them a random name. They would write down their appearance after taking human form, their true form, their key treasures, their abilities, their general abilities, which camp they belonged to, and who they fought with. The more details, the better. The third book had no second books. It recorded all the Earth Immortal sword cultivators on their side. In particular, they had to choose which life-bound flying swords were naturally suited for the battlefield and how to match them. They had to see if they could create an effect similar to the finishing touch of the Earth Immortal couple. Chen Pinggan also gave a few examples, such as the nascent soul sword cultivator Cheng Quan. This special Earth Immortal sword cultivator was similar to the Jade Plane Realm sword cultivator Wu Chengpei. Ding Ben was also recorded as an Earth Immortal demon. When Chen Pinggan explained this book, his tone was extremely heavy. He said that the reason he listed them was because these demon cultivators of the wilderness were the most deserving of death. They were also easier to kill compared to great demons. In the past, they were easily overlooked by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or rather, didn't pay enough attention to them. In a certain phase of the battle, the killing power of these beasts might not be obvious. However, if one looked back at the battle situation, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage these core forces could inflict on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They might even be more terrifying than some of the demons of the upper 5 realms. In Chen Pinggan's words, killing this group of demons was the most cost-effective. The Sword Immortal seniors didn't need to expend too much effort to draw out their swords, and they could still obtain good battle merits. It would be a waste not to kill them. Chen Pinggan clearly held this Ding Ben in his hands for a long time and was unwilling to let it go. Therefore, if we can write a relatively detailed framework for this Ding Ben, we can rely on the details to deduce a fact that is infinitely close to the truth. Then, we can flip open the book again and invite those Sword Immortal seniors with great killing power and great speed to find an opportunity on the battlefield to kill the demon cultivators in this book. This is the most immediate action for us hidden officials. Therefore, everyone must think carefully. On this Ding Ben, every alias and entry that is crossed out is the most real battle merit for everyone present. Xian Can asked, what if the senior Sword Immortals have their own reasons and are unwilling to draw out their swords? What if our flying swords are useless after sending messages? On the battlefield, both sides have accumulated grievances for a long time. I'm only saying what if one of our Sword Immortals has set their eyes on an enemy and insists on fighting them and is unwilling to listen to our orders? Are we going to have internal strife first? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, if they are too arrogant and are unwilling to move, or if they refuse to leave their post without permission, or if the situation that Xian Can described happens, then everyone should use the identity of the hidden official's sword cultivator. This is a military order. If it doesn't work, then don't do it more than 3 times. After 2 flying swords to remind the Sword Immortals, there's no need to talk nonsense anymore. I will invite the Sword Immortals who are even more arrogant and powerful to draw out their swords. If you can't invite them, then beg them. The atmosphere was a little heavy. This young hidden official was joking, but in fact, this was definitely not a simple matter. The previous hidden official's defection, the 2 Sword Immortals following, and especially the left and right side's heavy injuries, the Great Wall of Sword Chi's morale was low. This was a fact that even a blind person could see. If there were any more accidents, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Chen Pinggan put down the book and smiled. Why are all of you looking at me? Is it appropriate for the hidden official to personally run an errand and shout? It's nothing if I lose face, but if I lose face for all of you, my conscience will be uneasy. Isn't that right, brother Jiyu? Isn't this fair? Jiyu Jianlong was like a chicken pecking rice. Chen Pinggan stopped smiling. You probably don't know the weight of the words hidden official for now. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, these words can decide a person's life and death. There's no need to reason. Chen Pinggan said, it's fine if you have doubts in your heart. You can wait and see. After all, I'm not afraid of using the head of a sword immortal to prove the truth of this matter. As for you all, what's the point of worrying about this? If the sky falls, just say that there are 12 of us hidden officials. Naturally, the hidden official will bear the burden. Chen Pinggan picked up the latest blank account book. It was the 5 book that followed closely behind the 4 book. The 5 book recorded the first 3 battles and the siege strategy of the wilderness. It recorded everything, big or small. The distribution of the troops, the 60 small battlefields in the wilderness, the speed at which the troops were deployed, whether the siege style was always steady or flexible. All of these had to be recorded. Therefore, this book was bound to be extremely thick and heavy. Moreover, the contents would be supplemented at any time. Personal book. All the merits and demerits of the 12 sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage would be recorded in this book in full detail. This was a book of contributions and also a book of self-examination. There was only one person who wrote it. Naturally, it was the newly appointed hidden official, Chen Pinggan. However, only Chen Pinggan could read it. Personal book. It recorded the names of all the sword cultivators who died in battle or whose natal flying swords were destroyed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This book was destined to be thick. Deng Liang asked, should we also record the sword cultivators who died in the previous 2 battles and lost their flying swords immediately? Chen Pinggan said bluntly, there's no need for that. We'll make it up in the future. This book can only be written when we have the time. The living were always more important than the dead. This was war. Deng Liang nodded and did not have any objections. He even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Pinggan answered this question incorrectly, then the hearts of all the sword cultivators, including Deng Liang, that they had worked so hard to gather together, would immediately scatter. Everyone was extremely smart. Whether it was Chen Pinggan, the new hidden official, or the second shopkeeper who was in seclusion with the identity of the literary saint's lineage, if he could not suppress them in all aspects in this small world and make them accept him wholeheartedly, then not to mention anything else, just the personal book would be a huge joke. The hidden official's lineage that had just taken shape was even more of a decoration that did more harm than good. Because in this small world, only the person with the strongest cultivation heart could convince the masses. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had a seemingly comical but actually cruel saying since ancient times. The sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would also repeat this saying. I'm better than Zhong Yuan. After the Dragon King and Guan Zhao, that old sword immortal was the one who had fought side by side with Chen Qingdu for the longest time. He was the one with the highest status and was known as the one who was most likely to break through the great bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. In the tragic battle where the demon army covered the city, it was he who wielded a sword and killed 2 Ascendant Realm demons consecutively. Then, he joined forces with Chen Qingdu to defeat the savage world. According to his battle achievements, Zhong Yuan could of course engrave 2 words. But since he was dead, he could not engrave 2 words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How powerful could a dead old sword immortal, a great sword immortal, be if he could not even wield his sword? He was not powerful at all. Chen Pinggan put down the blank book in his hand. Gang, even more so. Autumn harvest awaited the coming spring. It was originally a beautiful but extravagant hope. Chen Pinggan continued to talk about the Xin book, the Ren book, and the Gui book. The Xin book. Counting the losses of the savage world. The Ren book. Calculating all the assets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including the sword workshop, clothing workshop, and pill workshop. He also needed to focus on contacting the Nayland family and the Yang family, who were in charge of the trade of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In a war, in addition to the loss of both sides' military strength, it was also the invisible foundation, immortal money, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Audiobook. At the moment of each battle, the 12 members of the hidden official's bloodline could evaluate, deduce, and speculate about the next battle. They could express their opinions. As long as they had any thoughts or insights, they could write them down on paper and hand them to Guozhujiu, who would then send them to Chen Pinggan for summarization. Chen Pinggan put away all the books and said, "Now that we've finished talking about the third and second matters, it's time to talk about the first matter." There was no problem with Lin Junbai's division of responsibilities before, but since the current situation has changed, we will make some changes. This will also be one of the most important tenets of the hidden officials in the future. We can no longer deal with the changes by remaining unchanged like we did in the past. We must make changes at any time and any place, and every change must be the best result of the combined efforts of the hidden officials. Every time the 12 of us send a message by flying sword, we must give an advantage to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end, Chen Pinggan precisely circled, cut, and defined the detailed responsibilities of the 12 people. He also said that every sword cultivator had to keep an eye on the direction of the battle outside of their duties. They could not just focus on their own small area of land. If they did not make such strict demands on the 12 people, it would be very easy for them to gain benefits in a small area, but it would lead to large-scale losses on their side. In the eyes of the hidden officials, this would be a seemingly inexplicable but actually unavoidable muddled debt. An even greater price would be the unnecessary deaths of hundreds and thousands of sword cultivators on their side. A hero slays a thief, it's all in the pen. Chen Pinggan finally smiled. He bent down and picked up his folding fan. Opening it, he said with a smile, "Then I invite all of you to scheme with me against the wilderness. What's the point of earning money? If you want to earn it, then earn the heads of those great demons." It was only at this moment that Lin Junbai could be considered to have truly submitted to Chen Pinggan. As expected of Mr. Kui's nominal teacher. Inherited from the same lineage, it was extremely meritorious. Chen Pinggan closed his folding fan and smiled at Pang Yuanji. He directly called him by his name, Pang Yuanji. Remember to write Xiao Chuo, nickname Zheng Yun, Ascendant Realm Bottleneck Sword Cultivator, Natal Flying Sword Unknown in Book B. Don't write these words in Book A. As for this person's Natal Flying Sword, if you have any clues, of course, you can write them in Book B. It's for reference only. I can record this merit for you in Book B. Pang Yuanji's face was pale. He nodded without saying anything. The previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had the surname Xiao Chuo. This was a name that many young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had long forgotten. This was because they were used to calling her hidden official. Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and asked, "You nodded but didn't say anything. Forgive me for being slow, but I can't guess if Pang Yuanji knows about this person's natal flying sword." Pang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's all right. The battle will be long. That person probably won't make a move for the time being. If you accidentally forget and accidentally remember, you'll still be rewarded." The conversation between the two made sword immortal Miu and the other sword cultivators who originally stayed out of the matter feel their scalps go numb. A chill ran down their spines. Chen Pinggan looked around and waved his folding fan lightly. His sideburns fluttered. "I already know your names, birthplaces, and realms. However, I have a presumptuous request. Please tell me your greatest strengths and weaknesses. This is a small matter. Let's get busy with our important matters first. When I ask, you can speak to me telepathically. I hope that everyone can be frank and honest. This isn't child's play." Lin Junbai was a little confused. Chen Pinggan's action was definitely not a pleasant one. However, Lin Junbai quickly understood. Chen Pinggan needed to understand the hearts of all the members of the hidden official's lineage as quickly as possible. If the confrontation between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness was the largest battlefield, The hidden official's lineage and all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were second only to the former. The 12 people of the hidden official's lineage were the third. As for the seemingly smallest battlefield, any ripple in one's Dao heart would greatly affect the direction of the first two battlefields due to their status and authority. As the hidden official, Chen Pinggan could naturally judge the good and bad of everyone based on the 12 people's subsequent actions. However, this would be too slow. The various strategies of the hidden official's lineage would be slow, and the changes in the battlefield would be slow as well. However, as long as there was such an action, no matter what answer the 12 people gave, it would be a form of testimony. The haggard Chen Pinggan naturally had more of his own judgment. After a while, everyone gave their answers. Chen Pinggan did not bat an eyelid. He did not record it directly in his book. Instead, he wrote it on a piece of paper and placed it in his book. Yu Zhuanfu walked over. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can I help?" No one turned to look at the girl from the central divine continent. Even Lin Junbai only dared to divert his attention to this question and answer that could turn out to be a big or small matter. Chen Pinggan shook his head. No. Yu Zhuanfu did not dawdle. He went to a secluded spot on the wall and sat alone, drinking alone. Chen Pinggan looked at Miu. Sword Immortal Miu, I'll have to trouble you to draw a sword formation within a radius of 3 li as a forbidden area. Also, select a group of young sword cultivators. It doesn't matter if they are at the lower 5 realms. 3 to 5 people will suffice. They will be responsible for informing all sword cultivators of the new rules here. All unrelated people are not to approach. Sword Immortals are no exception. At this point, Chen Pinggan smiled. Sword Immortal Miu, you have the highest cultivation among us. Only you can be the bad guy. Once there is a conflict, just draw your sword. If you can't win, I will personally reason with the Sword Immortals. Miu felt a little better. He stood up and did as he was told. The rules of the hidden officials, regardless of whether they were loose or strict in the past, would only be more unreasonable in Chen Pinggan's hands. He believed that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would soon know this. Chen Pinggan closed the folding fan and gently placed it on the table. He also took off the jade tablet of the hidden official and placed it beside the folding fan. Then, he began to write the 2 volumes of Book A and Book B that he was personally in charge of. A series of names. He had long had a well-thought-out plan, so he wrote very quickly. He named them after the heavenly stems, and added the copies of the first and second volumes. There were exactly 12 books. Now the hidden officials had a total of 12 people. Chen Pinggan hoped that after the battle ended, everyone could take 1 book. If they were still alive. Suddenly, Xiankan said in a deep voice, Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing's current sword Qi is extremely powerful. It only affects the entire sword formation. The 2 sword immortals nearby are forced to follow. Although the sword immortals in a small area cooperate, the effects are obvious. However, the surrounding Earth Immortal Sword Immortals and other Sword Immortals in the middle 5 realms will be much slower in drawing their swords. Soon, the other 2 Sword Immortals nodded and said, "It's true. It's true." Chen Pinggan glanced at the painting and continued writing the first and second volumes. He said calmly, "Send a flying sword message to Yu Qing." Wang Xinshui hurriedly controlled a messenger flying sword and explained the reason in a concise manner. He glanced at the Sword Immortal defensive layout map in his hand. The flying sword instantly flew towards Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing. The young Sword Immortal's forehead was covered in sweat. He was still on tenterhooks. Wang Xinshui was only at the Dragon Gate realm. Although he was one of the genius Sword Immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, how could he be relaxed when he ordered a Great Sword Immortal who was one of the 10 peak candidates to draw his sword? Moments later, Chen Pinggan raised his head and continued writing. He stared at the painting from the corner of his eyes and suddenly said sternly, "Wang Xinshui, send a flying sword message to Yu Qing again. Don't reason with him. Just tell him directly that if he doesn't change his sword, he will be kicked out of the city. Before he leaves, remember to complain to Boss Sword Immortal first." Wang Xinshui sent a second flying sword message while trembling in fear. Not only that, Chen Pinggan seemed to recall something. He cursed and sent a message to eldest sword immortal with his flying sword. Then, he got Guozhujiu to send a message to unpolished jade sword immortal Wu Chengpei to ask about the progress of his sword refinement, Sweet Rain. Then, he said to everyone, "This is your duty. I do not wish to remind you a second time." Moments later, not only did great sword immortal Yu Qing retract his sword slightly, an unexpected guest came to the Forbidden Land. It was likely Chen Pinggan's flying sword that made eldest sword immortal personally give the order to invite an important figure who could prevent such matters from happening. Otherwise, the flying sword message would need to be sent twice to reach its goal. Old Def. Miu naturally did not dare to stop him. He wanted to lead this ancient existence who was one of the 10 peak candidates to Hidden Officer's side to discuss matters. However, he discovered that Chen Pinggan was already staring at his and Old Def's feet. Miu was horrified. Chen Pinggan looked up and said to Old Def, "Change it. I don't trust you." Old Def stopped in his tracks and scratched his head. He was not angry at all. He immediately turned and left, vanishing in an instant. Soon, it was changed to another person. It was the female greatsword immortal, Lu Ji. Chen Pinggan said, "Lu Ji, be careful of the sword cultivators here. They might be ambushed by great demons. If any of them die, I will hold you responsible." Lu Ji nodded and went to the northern city wall to oversee the battlefield. She said bluntly, "I will not give Hidden Officer any chance to hold you responsible." Lin Junbai glanced at Chen Pinggan, who didn't even want to agree with Lu Ji. She was very fascinated. Chen Pinggan put down his brush, stood up, walked around the table and squatted on the painting. "I am more worried about you guys. I will keep an eye on you guys for an hour, so I will only give you an hour. If any of you can't meet my expectations, you will still be a sword cultivator of Hidden Officer's lineage. However, you will have to pass on the responsibilities that require brain work to others. If others can't do it, then I will do it personally. I don't believe that a small group of people who can be considered the smartest in the world can't compare to a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. In the end, other than Chen Pinggan, the rest of Hidden Officer's lineage will be idlers. I believe that this matter will not be good if it spreads out." All the sword cultivators felt their heartstrings tighten. It was as if they were facing a great enemy than if they were on the battlefield. Miu had mixed feelings. This young man was really scary. An hour later, Chen Pinggan finished evaluating the 11 people one by one. He stood up and knocked his folding fan against his palm. He smiled and said, "Very good. Everyone's ability to slap faces is excellent. It turns out that I am the one who has nothing to do. Especially Pang Yuanji, Lin Junbai and Guozhu's wine. In this hour, there is almost no flaw. I can only nitpick. The rest of you are also above my expectations. Keep up the good work. Anyway, as someone said, I am very thick-skinned." Before Chen Pinggan could finish, Jiyu Jianlong, who was watching the battle, said anxiously, "Hidden Officer, can you allow me to say something fair?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Get lost." Jiyu Jianlong said with emotion, "Hidden Officer, you are really generous." Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "In the next 15 minutes, find 20 Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators. Under the premise that we do not affect the overall situation, we will give the Sword Immortals some easy battle merits. As for the specific candidates from both sides, you will discuss it together and give a list. After confirming that there is no mistake, you will send a message to the Sword Immortals on my side. During this period, there is one more thing. If any of you know the art of steely inscribing, you will be responsible for copying the 11 books that I have gathered. Try to get 1 book on each person's desk. There is no need to rush this." Cao Gun smiled and said, "I will." Chen Pinggan went to his desk and moved the 11 books to Cao Gun's desk. Then, he squatted there and told Cao Gun some of his thoughts using telepathy. Cao Gun concentrated and nodded from time to time or asked a few questions. 2 hours later, Big Demon Huang Luan, who was sitting on the railing with Yang Ji, said with a smile, "I really want to curse." Yang Ji was even more enraged. Her two groups of vassal troops on the flanks of the torrent of magical treasures would often lose several cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm just because of a round of sword light. After several rounds of skirmishes, they suffered a great loss. However, this was not the most hateful part. What really made her anxious and heartbroken was that the attacks of those sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi were just casual attacks to maintain the sword formation. The sword immortals' attacks were so accurate and ruthless that it was as if someone in the wilderness had tipped them off. Yang Ji, who was still guilty, could have gone to the wilderness to kill the sword immortals. However, at this moment, she could no longer sit still and was too ashamed to leave the battlefield. She stood up and looked at the city wall. Unable to restrain her anger, she said, "What the hell is going on? They are fishing again. Yang Ji, you are just taking the bait, but you may not succeed. Why don't you and I work together?" Huang Luan pointed to somewhere on the city wall where Lu Ji was standing. Beside the female great sword immortal, there was a young man holding a folding fan. Yang Ji looked at Lu Ji. If she attacked the city wall on impulse, she might not be able to return. However, if she joined forces with Huang Luan, there should be no problem. Even if they could not gain a big advantage, they would not be blocked by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, when she was about to agree, the young man beside Lu Ji on the city wall seemed to be looking at them. The young man raised his hand high, smiled brightly, and pointed his middle finger. Not only that, his lips moved slightly and seemed to say 3 words. F***CKU. 628. Huang Luan's proposal to travel the Great Wall of Sword Chi together was indeed very tempting. The sword formation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was too closely connected, there was almost no idle sword immortal. Yang Ji, who was standing on the railing, had even removed the camouflage, revealing the emperor's crown and the emperor's robe. However, Yang Ji did not immediately make a move. Looking at the young man on the city wall, he asked Huang Luan, "The sword immortal on the city wall changed the formation, it's very methodical. Could it be this person's doing? Why, isn't he just a foreigner traveling the Great Wall of Sword Chi? When did the lineage of the righteous world's literary saint become so famous? It is said that Lu Ji has never had a good impression of scholars. Previously, when Chen Pinggan fought with Li Zhun, the direct descendant of the great ancestor of Moon-bearing Mountain, the great demons on the mountain peak of the savage world were all leisurely spectators. Naturally, they all saw it. However, at that time, ancient existences like Yang Ji still did not think that this slightly bigger and had any ability to affect the trend of the war. In the process of the collision between the world and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms were not indispensable. Previously, the 3 sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi died just like that, causing some ripples. There was once a great demon who attacked the city wall, but he returned with serious injuries and eventually disappeared in the long river of time. Before he died, he smiled and said some words from the bottom of his heart. Other than Chen Qingdou, no one on the Great Wall of Sword Chi was worth anything. In the savage world, other than the grey-robed old man who stood on the ground and supported the sky, it was just a thing. Sword immortals and great demons, on this matter, no one should laugh at each other. Knowing that Yang Ji had no intention of making a move, Huang Luan nodded and smiled. "This kid is looking for death, I don't know how long he can be alive." Huang Luan looked at Chen Pinggan who was standing beside Lu Ji. "It seems that this kid has a deep grudge against me. He probably blames me for giving him a gift when he was fighting with Li Zhun. Now, he took his anger out on me because of the serious injuries of his senior brother. Not only is he not grateful for such courtesy, but he also doesn't know what's good for him. I'll go and greet him then." Huang Luan's mind moved slightly. In the city in the sky, an ancient temple with red walls, green tiles, and incense smoke curling up in spirals, as well as a lonely mountain with a stone tablet ancestor of Chiu Sai standing on top of it, only the withered trees, white grass, red leaves, and yellow flowers were left on the mountain. The top of the small mountain was filled with desolate killing intent. The temple went to the top of the city wall where Lu Ji and Chen Pinggan were standing, while Ji Yushan went to the 2 thatched cottages. The ancient temple was slashed into 2 halves by Lu Ji's sword. It crashed into the city wall beneath their feet and turned into dust. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, appeared next to the stone tablet at the top of Jiyu Shan. A moment later, countless rays of sword light burst out from the gaps between the trees and stones on Jiyu Shan's mountain, and then they silently vanished. After Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden, this person was the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent. When he first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still a jade unrefined realm sword cultivator. In just a few short years, he had lived in a small thatched cottage and had only participated in one offensive and defensive battle. He had practiced the sword with the old sword immortal and his neighbors, and yet he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck and becoming an immortal. Yang Ji bid farewell to Huang Luan. Before leaving, she took a few more glances at that young man and remembered him. But to her surprise, not only did that young man not stop while he was ahead, he closed his fan and made a gesture of slitting his throat. His movements were slow, so they were extremely conspicuous. Huang Luan stifled a laugh. Interesting. Yang Ji was the former master of the Yeluohe and a peak ascendant realm expert. If he acted impulsively and steeled his heart to compete with Chen Pinggan, he would definitely mobilize a large force. Huang Luan was naturally happy to see this happen. The ones who would suffer losses would be Yang Ji's vassal forces, but the merit would be counted on Huang Luan's head. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Moreover, in the vast realm, everyone would race their own horses to claim their own territory. Whoever had more direct subordinates and stronger troops would be able to gain a foothold faster. This was a battle of numbers and location. This was no small matter. But Huang Luan would not go so far as to fan the flames, as that would only have the opposite effect. It would clear Yang Ji's mind and make him hate her. In the wilderness, there were no rules. It was very comfortable, but in truth, it was occasionally troublesome. Yang Ji chuckled. Huang Luan, if you can capture this brat and hand him over to me, in addition to compensating you for the price you paid, I will also take out one of the vast realm's sects and the capital of a great dynasty in exchange. How about it? Huang Luan shook her head. Before Chen Pinggan appeared today, I would definitely have agreed to this deal. But now, the price is a little too low. Yang Ji's face darkened. Huang Luan did not even glance at this female sovereign of the wilderness. Yang Ji rode the wind and left behind a single sentence that echoed around the railing where Huang Luan was seated. Don't regret it. Remember, if you dare to touch the capital of any dynasty at the foot of any mountain, you will become my enemy. Huang Luan had not only rejected Chen Pinggan, but also the alliance that Yang Ji had revealed. Huang Luan paid no heed to Yang Ji's threat. The flood of magical treasures formed by tens of thousands of demi-human cultivators was still as majestic as ever. However, compared to the orderly waterfall of sword aura, the former appeared slightly disorderly. Almost all of the sword immortals had begun to give up on the word pleasure when they attacked. They no longer pursued individual lethality and were no longer free from the constraints of heaven and earth. Instead, almost every sword attack was filled with a sense of utilitarian calculation. How to protect the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms while attacking the formation, how to cooperate with other sword immortals who were extremely far away to destroy a certain key treasure. How to withdraw the sword from the formation while sneakily flying to the two sides of the flood of magical treasures to cut off the heads of some demi-human cultivators of the earth immortal realm. Huang Luan naturally felt some heartache, but it was not too much of a headache. The ones who really needed a headache and had to solve this urgent problem were the military tents in her camp. As for the 14 of them attacking, the grey-robed elder had set a small rule in private. When they were bored, they could go to the city wall for a walk. However, it was best not to use all of their strength, especially their natal supernatural powers and trump cards. It was best to use them only when the world was vast. The sword workshop's standard long sword in Lu Ji's hand could not withstand the collision between Lu Ji's sword will and the entire temple. After she withdrew the sword, it instantly collapsed and disappeared. She and Chen Pinggan stood on the wall and turned to look at the young man who was fanning himself. Does the hidden official want to die so much, or does he not intend to go out of the city to fight in the following battles? I listened to the great sword immortal's orders and guarded the formation here. It's the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage, not Chen Pinggan. Think carefully, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. There was nothing much to say about the nature of the big demons in the wasteland. Whether it was Chen Pinggan killing Li Jun, or whether it was Wen Qianjian or Wen Qianjian, those beasts did not feel anything. Because the wasteland never cared about right or wrong, but when it came to personal grudges, the higher the level of the beasts, the clearer they would remember it. Therefore, Chen Pinggan's actions directly made two big demons his mortal enemy. Chen Pinggan gently tapped his head with his folding fan. The female big demon actually refrained from attacking, which was a bit regretful. Otherwise, Lu Ji would only have to be responsible for stopping the big demon Yang Ji for a moment, and the three sword immortals who had already been informed by the hidden official's flying sword would attack. Yu Qing, Yuan Qingshu, and Wu Chengpei would use their own supernatural powers to cut off the big demon's path of retreat. As for who would kill the big demon at that time, of course, it would not be a single great sword immortal, but a vast number of sword immortals. Before ascending the city wall, Chen Pinggan had already instructed Guo Zhujiu and Wang Xinshui that once a big demon approached the city wall, they were to immediately inform all the local sword immortals to surround and kill it. The current Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have the sword immortals performing their own duties, which created the great situation of the waterfall of sword Qi suppressing the flood of magic weapons. However, once the flying sword of the hidden official's lineage was sent out, there would be dozens of sword immortals who would have to immediately turn their swords around. Even if it would cause damage to the sword formation, all the sword immortals would have to obey the order. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When you have too many lice, you won't itch. When you have too many debts, you won't worry. You'll get used to it. Huang Luan and Yang Ji, as long as you act impulsively, you might become a pair of lovebirds that die together. They're not a celestial couple, they're like celestial couples." There was one thing that Chen Pinggan did not reveal. The more secretive one of the two hidden official flying swords went directly to the eldest sword immortal. Once a great demon approached, other than a large group of sword immortals drawing their swords, the eldest sword immortal had to directly order Chen Shi and Qi Tingji to draw their swords and kill it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sword immortals had already drawn their swords to intercept it. These two family heads who had carved words on the wall were just taking advantage of the situation. When the time came, who would hold back their strength? They wouldn't dare. Other than concluding that the hidden official Xiao Chuo was a traitor, Chen Pinggan actually did not trust these two old sword immortals who had extremely high killing power. This originally seemed to be a bad thing. However, in reality, those who could be trusted had the means to be trusted. Those who could not be trusted had the means to not be trusted. If Yang Ji and Huang Luan felt that the current Great Wall of Sword Qi was still the Great Wall of Sword Qi of the past 10,000 years, and felt that there was a chance for them to return safely, then they would have to pay the price. It was not to say that in the past 10,000 years, the Great Wall of Sword Qi swords were not powerful enough. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the heroic sword immortals from 10,000 years ago that today's hidden official lineage of sword immortals had one room to strategize. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "You're thinking too simply. Few old beasts who have endured to Yang Ji's age and realm are stupid. It's me who's thinking too simply." Chen Pinggan laughed. "Fortunately, we didn't suffer any losses." Lu Ji waved her hand. "Master Hidden Official, please continue with your work. I'll guard here." Lu Ji felt that this hidden official who had been entrusted with a task in the face of danger was sufficiently dedicated and responsible. He had done better than she had imagined. However, if it was only personal preference, Lu Ji's impression of Chen Pinggan was average. The reason was very simple. After all, he was not a sword immortal, not even a sword cultivator. Chen Pinggan jumped down from the wall and returned to the table to sit down. He laughed. "I made everyone work for nothing. Since we didn't succeed, so be it. We were just taking a gamble." Chen Pinggan buried his head in copying books and took the opportunity to repair all the swords of the hidden official lineage. He shared more of his thoughts with these subordinates and said slowly, "The Wasteland's attack this time has already entered the third stage. Great Demon Bai Ying was in charge of the first opening battle. Other than changing the timing and location to a certain extent, she was mainly used to survey and confirm the details of the defenses on this side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In addition, some traitorous sword cultivators secretly sent messages via flying swords, allowing the wasteland to gain the upper hand. This is actually an extremely meticulous job, which is very compatible with the image of Great Demon Bai Ying in history. Among the 14 great demons, Bai Ying never liked to use force to kill the enemy. She played with psychological attacks. Thus, if Bai Ying was in charge, I wouldn't have shown myself. Chen Pinggan put down his brush and thought for a moment. He extended the folded fan on the table and pointed at the ruins of the 5 mountains depicted on the scroll. Then, Yang Ji will be in charge of guarding the 5 mountains on the battlefield. Compared to Bai Ying, who needs to communicate with the 60th camp at all times, Yang Ji clearly doesn't need to make as many last-minute changes. Those 5 mountains have 5 great demons hidden, and their purpose is to intercept and kill our immortal realm sword cultivators. This has little to do with Yang Ji himself, and it's a strategy that the beasts have decided on long ago. Next is Great Demon Huang Luan. It's clear that Yang Ji is the most straightforward. Even if the Yeluohe and that mortal enemy Great Demon are scheming against each other, in our view, their schemes are still superficial. Thus, Yang Ji is the most likely to act, even more so than Huang Luan. If he succeeds, whether it's Huang Luan or Yang Ji dying on the walls, as long as one of the peak great demons dies right before the eyes of all the sword cultivators, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will profit immensely. The repercussions of Xiao Chuo's defection can be smoothed out by us, the new sword cultivators of the hidden official lineage. I'm betting on this what if, not that Yang Ji's brain isn't big enough, that he doesn't know what's important, but that he's a criminal, that he can't control himself, that Huang Luan will add fuel to the fire. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi fails and the demonic race invades the world, what do they seek? Naturally, it's the great Tao that the great demons seek. Who do they seek it from? Through the strength of the army? Through the merit of sieging the city? Of course, but the most crucial point is what Mount Tuoyue said. To be more precise, it's a personal preference of the demonic race grand ancestor. It's a pity that Yang Ji didn't take the bait. He's extremely cautious. From this, one can see just how pragmatic the great demons of the world of wastelands are. This is something that I and everyone else present need to learn from, and it's also something that we need to warn our opponents about. That's why we can't take it for granted. At this point, Chen Ping'an's eyes were sharp as he repeated the last sentence. That's why we can't take it for granted. Chen Ping'an's face was immediately full of smiles. That's why in the 4th and 5th battles, which great demon will be in charge, how the wasteland's general offensive will feel, whether it's fast and slow, and whether it's well versed in the art of war, or if it's just foolishly sending itself to its death, we can actually predict a few things beforehand. However, the other party has a total of 60 military tents and is even more meticulous than us. This little bit of prediction doesn't mean much, but it's better than nothing. On the southern wall, Lu Ji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These words were clearly said by the hidden official on the city wall. Previously, when he was observing the situation, he felt that he didn't have a chance to say more to her. In the end, she had to listen even if she didn't want to. Her impression of Chen Ping'an didn't improve. Nevertheless, Lu Ji's impression of the hidden official improved imperceptibly. Lu Ji looked at the battlefield in the south and then turned back to look at the small world where no one used their swords. When she turned back again, there was a slight smile on her face. Those sword cultivators were probably the young people that the sword immortal boss looked forward to the most. Lu Ji, and many of the sword immortals today, might have been such young people in the past. Chen Ping'an looked at the crowd and restrained his expression. He put on a shocked expression and said doubtfully, "At this point, you guys still don't have any thoughts? I only know that Qi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms will exhaust their spiritual energy if they don't stop attacking. I really didn't know that the more you use your brain, the slower you become." As the only sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, Miu was the calmest one. It wasn't that his realm was high, but he felt that since there was nothing for him to do, if the hidden official was really dissatisfied and wanted to settle scores, it would be Lin Junbai and Shenshen, these young but evil little bastards with a belly full of evil tricks, who would take the lead. Deng Liang said in a low voice, "The next formation of the demon race's army is all sword cultivators. Our change of formation this time is actually us feeding the swords to the enemy and letting them learn the sword. For example, how the sword immortals use their swords in exchange for the greatest lethality of the entire sword formation at the cost of the sword immortals withdrawing their swords. How to gather the best sword immortals to use their swords and strive to kill the enemy earth immortal sword cultivators without warning will definitely be learned by the enemy. Even if the enemy only learned the embryonic form of the formation, if we don't have a countermeasure in the next exchange of swords between the sword cultivators, our losses will definitely increase sharply. Chen Pinggan pointed his folding fan at Lin Junbai and said with a smile, "Junbai, speak your mind." Lin Junbai immediately had a draft in mind and said with a smile, "The general situation is like this. We're at a disadvantage, so the sword formation naturally can't be changed. However, we can change the method and create a series of hidden traps around all of our key earth immortal sword cultivators. All of the sword immortals on our side will have an additional responsibility, which is to guard the formation for a certain earth immortal sword cultivator. Not only that, the formation won't be blindly defending. That would be meaningless. Everything we do is to fight back. Because what we're going to target next is no longer the enemy's earth immortal sword cultivators, but the enemy's true top combat power, the sword immortals." Chen Pinggan nodded. If they couldn't kill that Yang Ji Huangluan, it wouldn't be a loss to exchange for a few enemy sword immortals to make up the numbers. Chen Pinggan had actually been waiting for Deng Liang and Lin Junbai to say these words. Once someone made a breakthrough, the others would fill in the gaps and follow up in the blink of an eye. Jiyu Jianlong looked at the confrontation between flying swords and magic treasures on the painting, then flipped open a book on the table. He nodded and said, "Then we need to quickly flip through this third book and try to pick out 10 to 20 of our earth immortal sword cultivators as bait." The writing of the third book was originally Wang Xinshurei's responsibility. I reckon that it won't be solely Wang Xinshurei's responsibility in the future. Apart from this, we can also conduct a demonstration and test of our sword immortals to try out more possibilities. In the past, when sword immortals killed demons, they were too particular about themselves. At most, they would fight side by side with sword immortal friends they were familiar with. But in reality, they might not necessarily be the best partners. The third book has become the most important part of the next battle. This burden shouldn't be placed on Wang Xinshurei's shoulders alone. Lord Hidden Official, what do you think? Chen Pinggan rested his chin on one hand and his elbow on the table. His sitting posture was askew, as if he was casually writing something on a piece of paper. And beside that piece of paper was a book with many pieces of paper. Chen Pinggan did not stop writing. He glanced at Jiyu Jianlong and nodded with a smile. "Just to be fair, I will personally help Wang Xinshui complete the third book and draw out 20 earth immortal sword cultivators as bait." Xian Can followed Jiyu Jianlong's train of thought and continued, "Previously, we didn't have many opportunities to test the effects of our sword immortals sword combinations. We can use this opportunity to hone our skills so that the sword immortals teamwork will become smoother. With more actual battle merits, the sword immortals will naturally not feel too uncomfortable. Otherwise, our hidden official lineage's flying sword messages will wear off after a long period of time. Sword immortals' temperaments will become lofty. Now, we are only taking advantage of the fact that we are newly appointed officials. Furthermore, the sword immortals' attacks were indeed quite effective. But if we stop here, the bit of battle merits we have accumulated will not be of much use. The sword immortal seniors will only become increasingly lazy to bother with us. Therefore, Lord Hidden Official is right. Our hidden official lineage's enemies, other than those beasts in the wilderness, are our sword immortals' realms, statuses, and thoughts. They are also the greatest enemies of our hidden official lineage. We can't ignore this. Regarding this matter, we can't just do whatever we think of at the last moment. Patching it up will only delay the battle. There needs to be a dedicated person in charge of researching this matter. Dong Bujue said, "Leave this matter to me." Lin Junbai hesitated for a moment. Chen Pinggan said, "Dong Bujue is only responsible for the native sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lin Junbai is responsible for all the foreign sword immortals. If Junbai has any doubts, all the foreign sword immortals, including Deng Liang, will answer them. Shouldn't it be taboo for the supremacy to talk about the secrets of senior sword immortals? All of you should put aside these concerns for now. Even if the sword immortals are enraged from embarrassment and bear grudges, it will not land on your heads. As hidden official, I'm not afraid of a bloodbath. If I can't even protect your vital interests, how can I be Lord Hidden Official? Guo Zhujiu suddenly said, then, what if the other party has already thought of the same answer as us? Besieging the Earth Immortal Sword Immortals might be fake, or even real. But to trap us Sword Immortals would be even more real. What should we do then? If it becomes an exchange of Sword Immortals' lives, the other party might be able to bear the price, but we can't. Absolutely not. With that said, Guo Zhujiu looked worriedly at her master, the present Lord Hidden Official. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, every move, if we only take into account the next 1 or 2 moves, can we win the game? I do think it's very difficult. Therefore, Guo Zhujiu's idea is very good. We will always be more afraid of the what if than the beasts of the desolate world. The other party might be able to bear many what ifs, but for us, it might only be one what if. When that happens, all the schemes and efforts of the hidden official lineage will be for naught. Chen Pinggan turned to look at the silent Pang Yuanji. Pang Yuanji, you can think about how to adjust the positions of the great sword immortals on the first official book and who to coordinate with to attack. As usual, I'll be the bad guy for the plan you came up with. Pang Yuanji nodded and said, no problem. Chen Pinggan said slowly, according to the progress of the war, it will take at most half a month before all of us reach an extremely awkward state. We will feel that we can't make bricks without straw. At that moment, we will be extremely familiar with every sword immortal and earth immortal sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. What should we do when the time comes? Understand more about the Cave Abode Realm, Sea Viewing Realm, and Dragon Gate Realm sword immortals in detail? You can understand them, but that's definitely not the main point. The main point is still the southern battlefield, in the second official book and the second official book. Especially the second official book that's so thick that it doesn't seem to have a final page. Chen Pinggan's tone became heavier. Everyone here, we Sword Xiu of the hidden official lineage are destined to disappoint everyone. It all depends on each person's cultivation heart, more or less. Because none of us are perfect, and everyone can make mistakes. Every small mistake we make can't be covered up by right or wrong. Once a mistake occurs, it will lead to a disaster on the battlefield where thousands of people will be killed or injured. Previously, because we have racked our brains and done our best to come up with strategies, the chances of victory for the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the little bit of military merits that we have painstakingly accumulated, will be forgotten by our own people. Then, they will either run over and scold us, or they won't say anything, but their eyes will be filled with hatred. But the most terrifying thing is silence, the silence of many people. Miu, who had always felt that he was the most superfluous existence, could not help but say, then let's prove to them that they are not wrong, but we are even more right. Chen Pinggan opened his folding fan and fanned himself non-stop. Who dares to say that we sword immortal Miu are superfluous? Who is it? Step forward, I'll spit in his face. Other than Miu's awkward expression, everyone had a playful smile. Miu said with a fake smile, Lord Hidden Official, I have to thank you. Chen Pinggan waved his hand, Brother Mi is the stabilizing force of our hidden official lineage. Don't be so courteous and estrange. Jiyu Jianlong nodded, fair words. With the reckless Jiyu Jianlong taking the lead, very soon, there were many voices that sounded like the hidden official lineage. Seconded. True. Agreed. No objections. Chen Pinggan closed his folding fan and gently placed it beside his hand. Let's start earning money. On the surface of the fan, there was a small inscription. If one did not look at it carefully, it would look like a blank fan. Man descends from heaven, bringing spring. The sword goes to the foot of the mountain, the heat does not dare to come. A talisman boat stopped at the top of the north wall and a person alighted. He was dressed in green and wielded a sword. His expression was haggard and his fists were loose, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He kept the talisman boat in his sleeve and slowly walked towards the hidden official lineage. Not only the hidden official lineage sword cultivators, even Miu, who was in the pure jade realm, was caught off guard. The hidden official that everyone had spent so much time with was actually just Chen Ping'an's yin spirit. It must have been a trick cast by the sword immortal boss himself. Yin spirit Chen Ping'an smiled and stood up. He held his folding fan and retreated, one after another, merging with his real body. Chen Ping'an gently held his folding fan and walked to his seat. He sat cross-legged and smiled. I have missed all of you. 629. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were all well-deserved cultivation geniuses. There was only one reason why they did not have a high level of cultivation, and that was because they were still young. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of the yin spirit traveling out of the body. However, it was rare for a third-realm qi cultivator to have the yin spirit traveling out of the body. It was even stranger to be able to travel out of the body for a long time in the Great Wall of Sword aura without leaving any trace. However, this kind of strange thing happened to Chen Ping'an. Miu and the other sword cultivators did not even bother to look into it. Lu Ji, on the other hand, saw more and asked directly in mind, Chen Ping'an, did you plan to let Yang Ji and Huang Luan succeed from the beginning when you lured them to attack? Chen Ping'an drew circles in the third book and helped Wang Xinshui to pick out 20 Earth Immortal sword cultivators from his side. At the same time, he replied to Lu Ji through mind ripples, ordinary fishing bait will attract big fish when it enters the water. Even if the big fish is dragged ashore in the end, will the bait be enough to keep it? You said it yourself. An old beast who has lived to Yang Ji's age will not be stupid. Of course, I will be the first to stop their retreat. Otherwise, the situation of the sword cultivators on our side will not be stable. Lu Ji frowned and said, once the yin spirit collapses, the foundation of the great Tao will be damaged. As a hidden official, why do you have to do this? Chen Ping'an smiled and said, a third realm cultivator's yin spirit in exchange for 1 or 2 great demons at the peak of the ascendant realm in the wilderness is a very good deal. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment. She did not like Chen Ping'an's beating around the bush, so she said directly, please be honest with me. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. If the hidden officials want to establish themselves, it is not enough to rely on those invisible battle achievements. The biggest problem of the hidden officials is that they hide behind the scenes. They are too stable. Everyone is a sword cultivator, but they have never used 1 or 2 swords. When the war is going smoothly, there is no problem. However, when the Great Wall of Sword aura is damaged, the hidden officials will attract criticism. This is human nature. Therefore, by paying a small price early on, I can reduce the influence of the hidden official's mental state. On the other hand, the lineage of the hidden officials can focus on planning and strategizing. In the long run, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will benefit greatly. Lu Ji shook her head and said, you should be telling the truth, but I know you didn't tell me everything. Chen Ping'an did not deny it. There are some heartfelt words that can only be left unsaid. Great Sword Immortal Lu, don't get to the bottom of it. It's meaningless. For example, why didn't Chen Ping'an grieve when his senior martial brother was seriously injured? Was he really just a shrewd person who was good at enduring silently? Of course not. This was because in the depths of Chen Ping'an's heart, he hoped that his senior brother could live on and live with a clear conscience. In short, he absolutely could not die either way. Back at the Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field, the eldest sword immortal had once said that if there was a good ending, looking back on life, there would be kindness everywhere. That was the logic. Therefore, Chen Ping'an's eldest sword immortal had detained his yin spirit and forbade him from informing his senior brother. He had told him to be careful of the hidden official's sneak attack. After that, Chen Ping'an went to visit his senior brother at the straw hut. He was not angry with the eldest sword immortal, nor did he bear any grudges. There were few IFS in the world. There were no IFS. He was killed by the previous hidden official, Xiao Chuo, with 1 punch. Chen Ping'an ended the conversation. Lu Ji, just do your best to protect the hidden official's lineage. It's enough as long as you have a sword. There's no need to worry about anything else. It was rare for Lu Ji to joke. The hidden official is so arrogant. Chen Pinggan could only reluctantly imitate his disciple. He took out some unorthodox methods of Luorpa Mountain and said with a smile, "Great sword immortal Lu, your sword skills are divine. You can almost ascend to the heavens. Whether I'm arrogant or not, in your eyes, isn't it a joke to be used as a side dish?" Lu Ji laughed it off. Chen Pinggan was multitasking. He circled the immortals in C and Wang Xinshui, who was in charge of writing the C book. Both parties communicated with each other telepathically at any time. Paying attention to the movements of the two long scrolls on the horsepath was the responsibility of the hidden official. Delegating power was not laissez-faire. He also had to carefully observe the 11 sword cultivators and listen to their conversations and exchanges. It was as if an official of the Ministry of Personnel was in charge of an investigation. Chen Pinggan put down his brush and habitually rubbed his wrist. For some reason, he thought of the 6th volume of the book True Pearl Boat. There was a youthful wisdom listed in it. Looking up, if the 11 sword cultivators were born in the vast world, with their qualifications and talents, whether it was cultivation or scholarship, they would probably be qualified to be among them. Among them, there were a few who were particularly outstanding. For example, Shenshin was simply a living map. His attention and memory of the two scrolls made even Chen Pinggan feel ashamed. Shenshin had an extremely detailed account book in his mind about every geographical situation on the battlefield. For example, a certain pothole, why it appeared, when it appeared, and what impact it would have on the subsequent battle between the two sides. If others wanted to do what Shenshin did, they could do it if they really put their heart into it. However, they might need to spend extra effort. It was far from being as natural as Shenshin, who enjoyed it. Therefore, Chen Pinggan specially asked Shenshin to write an extra record of the battlefield. When the time came, it would be a reference book that the other sword cultivators had to read. Wang Xinshui had an astonishing intuition about the prediction of small-scale battles. Therefore, Chen Pinggan liked to observe Wang Xinshui when he was not busy. Wang Xinshui felt that many of the sword cultivators in the scrolls were not perfect enough. There were even too many flaws. Wang Xinshui's expression would change slightly. Or the exquisite coordination of the enemy's magical equipment would make Wang Xinshui even more anxious. However, the battlefield was constantly changing. In order to remember these details, Wang Xinshui would often stare at the scrolls and his hands would not stop writing. His handwriting was extremely messy. Occasionally, Wang Xinshui would feel gloomy, as if he did not know whether what he saw, thought, and wrote was useful or not. After all, he was a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. He was too far away from the battlefield. Even if he was on the battlefield, could he replace the sword cultivators in attacking? Therefore, Wang Xinshui was the one with the richest and most complicated expressions. Perhaps in just a few blinks of an eye, Wang Xinshui's face would be filled with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. In addition, Wang Xinshui liked to mutter to himself. It was very interesting. Lin Junbai's comprehensive planning was a special ability that was similar to his natal mystique. As long as he had enough information and intelligence to support a battle, Lin Junbai would almost never make a mistake. Guo Zhuzhou's imagination of accidents, the worst-case scenario, was always one step ahead of others. She could even think one step further. Therefore, after Dong Buji and Lin Junbai worked together to compile the Sword Immortal's heart calligraphy, Chen Pinggan's real body sat down. Other than clearly asking Shenshin to write the record of the battlefield alone, he also asked Wang Xinshui, Guo Zhuzhou, and the others to each write a book of essays. The 12 books that Chen Pinggan had outlined previously were all named after the heavenly stems. The following books could be named after the 12 earthly branches. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were all present. The sword cultivator was in the middle. This could be considered a good omen. Dong Buji suddenly said, "What I'm afraid of is that the sword cultivator formation of the wilderness will only use the stupidest method to advance. They only care about their own cooperation and don't think about anything else. They won't be greedy for battle merits. Our follow-up plans will fall through. The most troublesome part is that as long as we don't earn anything, it will be a loss. If that's the case, how can we solve it?" Chen Pinggan raised his head and laughed softly. It can be solved. In the Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, we're used to being bold and heroic. Actually, it's not too good. On the battlefield, when we're in it, the beasts of the wilderness are all sacrificing themselves. Beside them are all comrades who have died in battle. Then, we shouldn't treat them as puppets without any education and emotions. After the Battle of the 13th, the demons attacked the city twice. Looking back, they were all well-prepared training exercises. Now that the wilderness has 60 military tents, what does this mean? It means that there are countless people watching every battlefield. The human heart is something that can influence others. Therefore, to prevent the worst-case scenario of the enemy's sword formation not losing while remaining stable, there are 3 things we can do. First, our sword formation should learn more from Qi Shou and slaughter the enemy. Second, if we can kill those who can't be killed, we shouldn't kill those who are seriously injured. The more they are dead, the better. After we retreat from the battlefield, these wounded will become a natural source of resentment. Third, we should pick those who like to quarrel and quarrel. For example, seniors Zhao Cheng and Cheng Quan. I think they're very suitable. When we attack, we should curse the heavens and earth, especially the sword cultivators of the wilderness. For example, we should curse Q-Sword, saying that their attack on the city is actually a return to the ancestral home. Sword immortals must curse these words. Young sword cultivators with louder voices, the lower their cultivation levels, the better. If we do these 3 things well, we can't tolerate the most valuable sword cultivators in the wilderness. If we don't want to do more, and the enemy is willing to do more, we'll have a chance. At this point, Chen Pinggan laughed. When I was fighting Li Jun, did you really think that I didn't hate him for what he said? How could that be? At that time, I wanted to chew on his flesh, pull out his tendons and skin him alive. However, because we were facing off, I couldn't afford to be distracted. I could only suppress those emotions. But after that, when the 2 armies faced off, with tens of thousands of sword cultivators facing off against tens of thousands of sword cultivators, it was the other side's heart that was free. Remember, even though we're looking at the 2 paintings right in front of us, and are just beginning to try to understand the hearts and minds of our sword immortals, the truth is that we need to put ourselves in their shoes. We need to think about how the wildlands view this war, and how they view it. Once we understand that, we'll be able to predict many things. Not only will we be able to take advantage of the situation, we'll be able to create our own plans, and the wildlands won't be able to help us. Lin Junbai was deeply moved. He nodded and said, "That's true. On the battlefield, if we, the hidden officials, can turn the entire battlefield into a small world, then we can gain the upper hand." Chen Pinggan said, "Think about it. What if we completely understood the thoughts of the Grand Ancestor, and the demands of the 14 thrones? What would the scene be like?" Everyone was stunned. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Of course we can't do it. There's a limit to one's strength. Knowing how to accept one's fate is also a skill." Guo Zhujiu suddenly said, "With these 2 volumes, I can actually follow the vine to get to the melon. I can flip through the secret archives of the old hidden officials and learn more about the secrets of the wildlands. Actually, I can try to guess what those great demons are thinking. I definitely won't delay the important matters. Master, you don't have to worry 100 times. Just 1 worry is enough." However, Guo Zhujiu immediately shut her mouth the moment she called him master. She was a little annoyed that she had spoken out of turn. She felt guilty that she had embarrassed her master. After all, she still had to talk about the rules of the hidden officials. Chen Pinggan said, "It's fine to call me master. It's just like how other people call me Chen Pinggan instead of awkwardly calling me Lord Hidden Official. I think it's better." Jiyu Jianlong was relieved and smiled brightly. However, he was just about to say something fair. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. "Brother Jiyu, are you admitting your awkwardness? You took the bait so easily. Your cultivation heart isn't enough. Lord Hidden Official is being polite, but you guys really aren't polite to me. If this is the vast world, you can only rely on your talent to make a living. You can forget about entering the bureaucracy, the literary world, or the Jianghu." Jiyu Jianlong was grief-stricken. Looking at the situation, He was going to be made fun of? Chen Pinggan said, if Sword Immortal Mi hadn't given that answer, I would have regretted bringing up that topic. Everyone, we're sitting here and doing these things. It's not that we have to do this. Not only foreign sword cultivators like Shen Kan, but even natives like Dong Budi and Pang Yuanji shouldn't be carrying such heavy burdens. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will be crushed. Compared to going to the city wall to fight, Pang Yuanji, which one do you choose? Pang Yuanji said honestly, fight. Wang Xinshui was about to speak. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Xinshui, you have something to say? Wang Xinshui immediately changed his mind. Lord Hidden Official, I'd like to agree with Pang Yuanji. Wang Xinshui was indeed special. He was the kind of genius sword cultivator whose thoughts ran extremely fast, and his sword couldn't keep up. Because his realm wasn't high enough, he was always more of a hindrance on the battlefield. It couldn't be said that Wang Xinshui was reckless. In fact, every suggestion he made was just right. However, Wang Xinshui himself couldn't speak with the sword, and so could his friends. That was why Wang Xinshui had the title of one of the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I can fight before, but I'll fight after. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. However, Wang Xinshui had mixed feelings about going to the battlefield. He wasn't afraid of dying in battle, but he felt uncomfortable. His heart was in turmoil. Chen Pinggan smiled, that's enough with the pleasantries. I might leave this place often and travel around. If you have any resentment, remember to hide it well. Also, you won't have the chance to fight outside the city, but I can. I can only be envious. Deng Liang, who was calm but didn't lose his spirituality, asked, the son of a rich family doesn't sit under the awning. This is a ridiculous saying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, on our side, Lord Hidden Official, please think twice before you act. Even if you really have to leave the city to fight, remember to conceal your whereabouts. We, the Hidden Official, don't have Lord Hidden Official to hold the fort. We're reduced to having to change our commander in battle. This is a taboo for military strategists. Thank you for your kind intentions. Speaking so bluntly should be the rule of us hidden officials. Behind closed doors, we're all family. It's a good thing for family members to say nasty things. Chen Pinggan said, however, those who can kill me, like Yang Ji and Huang Luan, wouldn't dare to take the risk. As for the other beasts, they don't have a good memory. If they don't believe in heresy, they can come and try me. Deng Liang recalled the female sword Immortal Xie Songhua's success in one strike, and didn't say anything else. Chen Pinggan stood up, I'll go and have a chat with the 2 seniors, Nailan Xiaowei and Yang Ming. Chen Pinggan grabbed the jade token of the hidden official and hung it on his waist. He wanted to find the 2 fellows to talk about the cross-continent ferry on the inverted mountain. This wasn't something that the hidden official's flying sword could explain clearly in a few words. It required a face-to-face discussion. There were some things that could only be said with the identity of the hidden official. Walking on the horse path, Chen Pinggan, who looked dispirited, muttered to himself, among all the knowledge in the world, only the night ferry is the most difficult to deal with. Miu looked at the back of the young man, and some inexplicable and strange thoughts arose in his heart. If Chen Pinggan's traveling yin god was said to be the hidden official's lineage, it was Qi. His words and actions gave people a sense of danger and surprise. Every word was said with deep meaning, and was imperceptibly accumulating prestige. Bit by bit, he tightened his grip on the hidden official's authority. It even made people involuntarily try to figure out Chen Pinggan's thoughts. But now, Chen Pinggan's mentality seemed to be more correct. Which one was better, you couldn't say. Actually, both were better my ass. He was a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw realm, but here he was the one who had the least say. Especially when Miu thought of his grudge with the literary sage's lineage, he felt even more vexed. Miu finally rubbed his chin and muttered, is my brain really not working well? Chen Pinggan suddenly turned his head and shouted, Sword Immortal Mi, come with me. I think Sword Immortal Mi will be busy soon. Miu braced himself and followed. But after talking to Chen Pinggan, Miu was relieved. It turned out to be a good thing. He could even go to the inverted mountain to take a breather. Not only that, Chen Pinggan took the initiative to ask Miu if some ideas were feasible. Miu told the truth and rejected them one by one. This young reclusive official didn't seem to be discouraged. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyang, was famous for living in seclusion in the inverted mountain. Today, Xiao Yunyang visited the 4 great private residences, the Ape Ravager Residence, the Water Fairy Palace, and the Plum Blossom Garden. He passed by them and looked at them from afar. Because of the camouflage art, and the fact that Xiao Yunyang didn't show himself in public, the number of people who could recognize this sword immortal could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Yunyang finally found a wine shop. He knocked on the door with a spell, causing ripples to spread out. After opening the door, Xiao Yunyang stepped over the threshold. The business in the shop was still cold and cheerless. Other than himself, there wasn't a single customer. In this remnant of Huang Liang blessed land, he drank a cup of forget worries wine. It was something that almost all the otherworldly experts who traveled the inverted mountain had to do. The old man sat behind the counter and took a nap. On the counter, there was a jade 8 treasures birdcage. The little oriole inside was also taking a nap like the old man. The young man named Xu Jiao saw Xiao Yunyang and was very happy. He was mainly concerned about the gourd vine of the owner of the Spring Banner House. Therefore, in the eyes of many familiar customers, Xu Jiao, who was known for his laziness, was especially attentive today. He quickly placed a jar of wine on the table. Xu Jiao had never interacted with Xiao Yunyang before. However, he heard that this sword immortal from the North Continent came here to drink when he first came to the inverted mountain. He couldn't afford to pay for the wine, so he used one of the blade-strengthening gourds on the gourd vine to ask for a jar of wine from the wine shop. He drank until he was dead drunk. After he earned some money, he regretted it and wanted to pay according to the market price with large amounts of Guyu money. However, the shopkeeper didn't agree. Sword immortal Xiao probably sulked at the shopkeeper and never came to the shop to drink again. Xiao Yunyang stood in front of the wall and sized it up. He smiled and said, "I haven't been here for 700 or 800 years and it's almost filled up the entire wall. Is the shop's business so good?" Xu Jiao complained, "It's infuriating to compare with others. I heard that there's a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that sells cheap wine. It's only been open for a year, but those nothing signs have almost filled up 3 walls." Xiao Yunyang apologized to the young waiter. He carried the jar of forget sorrow wine and sat back at the table where he first came to drink. He poured a bowl of wine and looked at the counter. He smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, the gourd vine has been brought to the Shui Jingshan of the North Continent by a young lady. In a dozen years, the blade-strengthening gourd will be ripe. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to make an extra trip. As for the ownership of the blade-strengthening gourd, I've already spoken to the Shui Jingshan. Someone will show up and take the gourd away. It's that simple." The old man nodded and opened his eyes. He glanced at Xu Jiao and asked, "Are you going?" Xu Jiao asked, "If I leave the shop and Miss happens to return, what will happen?" The old man laughed and scolded, "I don't understand. Do you have to hang yourself on a tree? My daughter has no face, no figure, and no brains. She already has someone in her heart. How can she be worthy of you?" Xu Jiao said angrily, "I've been here since I was young. How many girls have I seen? If she doesn't like Miss, who else can she like? Like an old man like you?" The old man wasn't angry. His daughter had left home for many years. There was only one old and one young in the shop. Guarding such a deserted place, he could only rely on his disciple to make it more lively. He couldn't bear to scold her. If he scolded her too harshly, she might even run away from home. The old man smiled and said, "Then all the more reason to get rid of you. Go out and take a look. You'll be dazzled by the real pretty girls." Xu Jiao nodded and said, "I miss Cao Ci too. After getting the blade-strengthening gourd in the North Continent, I'll go to the Central Divine Continent to find him." At this point, Xu Jiao stood up and walked to the counter. He picked up the birdcage and shook it. He reprimanded, "You fool. Why couldn't you see Chen Ping'an's martial roots back then? You like to pretend to be dead, don't you?" The bird in the cage was the same species as the third sect master of the Qingming world, Lu Chen's. However, one was a test of literary luck, while the other was a test of martial luck. Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you have a story?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Drinking your wine, you only drink the daylily wine like normal wine. You're wasting good things. If not for the blade-strengthening gourd, I wouldn't even want to sell you wine." Xiao Yunyang drank his wine and asked casually, "The Water Essence Palace is still dreaming of making money. They can't change their ways. However, Yuan Zua's residence has already emptied their belongings. However, this isn't important. I just want to know where your shop will be located in the future. There are thousands of immortal wines in the world. I've drunk almost all of them. The only ones that I still miss after drinking are your daylily wine and the green immortal mountain wine from the bamboo sea grotto heaven." The old man glanced at the disciple who was still sulking with the bird in the cage. He walked around the counter and took a jar of wine. He sat beside Xiao Yunyang's table and poured a bowl of wine for himself. The old man said, "I'm an outsider, and you're an outsider. Naturally, you'll be more comfortable. Why are you still meddling? Since you're meddling, whether my shop is in front of you or in the horizon, even if you get the answer, can you drink the wine?" Xiao Yunyang smiled and asked, "Can you speak your mind?" The old man nodded and said, "You know the shop's rules. The drunkard's drunken words are not to be heard outside." Xiao Yunyang looked at the shop's entrance. It was foggy. He said softly, "I promised the Great Wall of Sword Qi a long time ago. I have to do it." The old man asked, "You can't run away?" The old man quickly nodded and said, "It's difficult." Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "There's no need to run. As long as you don't swagger out of inverted hanging mountain and act sneakily, there's no problem." The old man was silent for a moment. "If that's the case, why do you still dare to stay? Your realm and sword skills aren't enough. You're courting death. It's better to die drunk than to die stupid. All right, I'll give you another jar of wine for free." Xiao Yunyang said, "The hidden official at the Great Wall of Sword Qi has already defected and fled to Savage World." The old man raised his eyebrows. "That little girl Xiao Chuo has such a huge grudge against Vast World." Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "I heard there's a new hidden official. If you can guess who it is, I won't drink a jar of wine for free. You can guess 3 times." The old man thought for a moment. Is it that sorrowful seedling who followed Alliance to pick up the most money back then, or is it that girl Ning Yao? It can't be that child that Xiao Chuo took a fancy to, right? What's his name again? Xu Jiao said, "I think it's Pang Yuanji." Xiao Yunyang laughed and said, "I drank a jar of carefree wine for free. I'm in a good mood." Xiao Yunyang drank 2 jars of carefree wine in one go. After he walked out of the shop drunk, he felt that this trip was worth it. The old shopkeeper also told him some interesting things, such as some inside information about the Fifth World. The great rivers and mountains spanned thousands of miles, the treasured lands of Feng Shui, the ancient ruins, and the brand new blessed lands were all waiting for him. Over at the Qingming world, it seemed that he could also get a share of the pie. All kinds of unimaginable blessings of the great Tao were waiting for him. The old shopkeeper's most important words were a secret that even Xiao Yunyang had never heard of or even imagined. The old shopkeeper said that many scholarly saints had not only died silently in the river of time to expand the territory and stabilize the world. In fact, many of them had died in battle. Fortunately, the ritual saint who had absolute connection to heaven and earth was still alive. He had led the scholarly saints to the unknown distance outside the sky for a long time and had confronted some stubborn ancient gods for a long time. Xiao Yunyang couldn't help but ask a question. Is there no need for the other 3 worlds to do this? The old shopkeeper shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Xiao Yunyang still wanted to ask the reason. As the ancestor of one of the 100 schools of thought, the old man said, "It's better not to know." Xiao Yunyang strolled all the way back to his own mansion, which was similar to Yuanquan's mansion. The place he stepped on was filled with killing intent. Because they were all on the inverted hanging mountain. He traveled the border of the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Sword Immortal Ku Xia and Lin Junbai. He didn't stay on the city wall to kill enemies, nor did he follow Jiang Guanqing and the other youngsters to the South Hassa continent. Bien stayed in the plum blossom garden and played chess with Madame Ruoyon. It was very romantic. However, Bien left the garden today and went to the catch-release pavilion to watch the cross-continent ferries going back and forth. The catch-release pavilion was regarded as the most unworthy scenic spot in the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was still bustling every day. The small pavilion was always full of people except late at night. Bien didn't go there to join in the fun. He sat on the railing of the white jade viewing platform by the cliff outside the catch-release pavilion and muttered to himself. Bien asked with a smile, "Don't you always brag that you and Old Def are old friends? Old Def's prison doesn't have any other sword immortals guarding it. Is there really no possibility of any commotion? It's impossible. Don't go asking for bad luck." Bien sighed, "I'm puzzled. You existences in the wilderness have such high realms. Why are you still so stubborn? Scheming and going around in circles. Can this be considered cultivation of the great Tao?" Bien touched on his sore spot and asked with a smile, "Is the second son of the Tao who caused you to fall to such a state really invincible? If you don't fight with him, you won't understand how terrifying this stinking bull's nose is." Bien was a little regretful. It's a pity that Madame Gui of the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City didn't agree to our Madame Ruoyon's invitation. It's a pity. That woman's true body is the most orthodox Moon Palace descendant. If she was willing to conspire with us, our chances of winning would be much higher. Bien smiled. "Us? It's you. I'm just a small character who can't control myself." "You can't control yourself, but you can control your heart. Don't be a whore here." Bien said, "According to Madame Ruoyon's latest news, many sword immortals who were tempted are now in an awkward situation. They're practically sitting on candles. I reckon they can't wait to chop that second shopkeeper to death." This time, that old fart didn't speak to Bien. Bien looked at those cross-continent ferries. Everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable joy. Bien smiled, "Looking at these people, and so many of them, I feel much better. I don't feel guilty anymore. Coming to the inverted hanging mountain and doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi was the most cost-effective. They came with a full load and returned with a full load. Once they returned to their own continent, the price difference would be shocking. 3 years of business, but 3 years of business." This was referring to these cross-continent ferries that did all sorts of business. Moreover, the more war it was, the more profitable the ferries were every time they went back and forth. This was because they had a bargaining chip to push down the price. Bien nodded. "There's no such thing as right or wrong. There's only a standpoint. I deeply agree with this saying." Ripples appeared in their hearts. Irony? Bien smiled and shook his head. "No, I truly feel that way. Just like how having a bigger fist is the only reason, I agree." Bien looked around. Soon, the world would change. 6:30. Chen Pinggan found Yang Ming first. The two of them strolled together and Miu followed from afar. One was to ask for the Yang family's account book, the other was to ask Yang Ming about the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the inverted mountain ferry. The real problem was the Yang family's wealth. If they paid the immortal money first, how long could they lose and how could the Great Wall of Sword Chi make up for the Yang family's losses? One was a bag shop, the other was a rich man. They chatted for more than an hour and each had their own plans. On the way here, Chen Pinggan and Miu were very open and honest. Miu felt that Naylan Xiaowei's side was not easy to deal with, but Yang Ming's side was definitely not a big problem. Firstly, Chen Pinggan was already a hidden official, and he was appointed in a time of crisis, so he had great authority. Secondly, Chen Pinggan had a very good relationship with the Yang family's young master. Yang Ming should sell everything he had to help support Chen Pinggan. Thirdly, and also the most important reason, Chen Pinggan's words were effective on the Sword Immortal's side. Chen Pinggan bade farewell to Yang Ming and went to find Yang Ming. The Yang family and the Naylan family were the two golden signboards of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The top three families, Dong, Chen and Qi, controlled the clothing, sword and pill shops. The three of them were not rich, so Yang Ming and Naylan Ming were the true gods of wealth. Miu asked, "Did it go smoothly?" Chen Pinggan said self-deprecatingly. There was no problem with the general direction, but there were a lot of problems with the details. I thought that it would be easy to deal with the two seniors, but it seems like it was even more difficult. Miu teased, aren't you calling me Uncle Yang for nothing? Then, this unpolished Jade Realm Sword immortal who liked to drink wine and lie in the sunset was a little angry. Isn't this Yang Ming too ungrateful? He doesn't give any face to the hidden official. I can understand the logic of one's glory and one's loss. What is this Yang Ming hesitating for? Is it because he lost his arms in his early years, was unwilling to climb the city and killed few demons, so he is even more afraid that the hidden official will steal his wealth? Miu was not afraid of Yang Ming, who had fallen to the nascent soul stage. He had a lot of immortal money, but he could not use it on his intrinsic flying sword. Such a pitiful worm was even worse than sword cultivators who worked hard to kill demons and nurture their swords. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, how can it be so simple? Yang Ming was very good at calculating. Since the general direction had been agreed, it was not a bad thing to grind the details. I'll just look for him a few more times. Speaking of which, Yang Ming's actions show that he doesn't think that the hidden official is more valuable than the immortal's money. He is the one who is truly responsible for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miu asked softly, hidden official, do you really not have any complaints? Chen Pinggan said, it's more about enjoying some comfortable things. For an immortal like Mi Sword Immortal, it's hard for him to make rapid progress in his realm. Even the slightest bit of suffering will be beneficial. Miu was speechless. There was still resentment. He just couldn't do anything to Yang Ming, so he pitted himself. However, Miu could stand these face-to-face words. What he couldn't stand were some sword immortals who smiled and greeted him politely. For example, Li Tuimi, or those who didn't even bother to look at Miu. For example, Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing, who had a good relationship with his brother Mi, who never said anything unpleasant to Miu because he didn't say anything. Those blunt knives that seemed to be wrapped in silk were the most abrasive to the sword heart. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, it's hard to talk behind closed doors. Don't take it to heart, Sword Immortal Mi. When they arrived at Nayland Xiaowei's place, the old Sword Immortal said to Chen Pinggan, I never care about money. Let's talk to Nayland Saihuan. Chen Pinggan then went to Nayland Saihuan, a female sword cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Her realm was not high, but she was good at managing and making money. This time, Miu was really angry. Old Nayland is so arrogant. Chen Pinggan was silent. As for Miu, he only dared to grumble after the incident. When he saw Nayland Xiaowei, he didn't even dare to breathe. The two found Nayland Saihuan. She was a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup and a graceful figure. There was a white jade hairpin in her hair bun, and the end of the jade hairpin was carved with a lifelike little dragonfly. The woman's face was green and her eyebrows were slender. She wore a thin gauze shirt and a pair of red brocade shoes. She was recognized as a great beauty in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She looked like a pampered lady, but when she arrived at the city wall, her sword was fierce and ruthless, just like Qi Shou. Miu's thoughts were complicated, and he deliberately looked indifferent. Nayland Saihuan and Miu were of the same generation. Although Miu was an embroidered pillow in the eyes of sword immortals, there were many women who liked Miu. The women who couldn't get what they wanted scolded Miu more fiercely than men. This Nayland Saihuan was one of them. Before Miu became a sword immortal, his life was unbelievably smooth. This was why Miu had the catchphrase since ancient times, deep affection can't be kept. In fact, it wasn't that Miu couldn't keep anyone, but it was the affectionate women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that couldn't keep Miu. Miu looked at people. What Chen Pinggan saw was Nayland Saihuan and her family's gold and silver mountain. Chen Pinggan went straight to the point and his first sentence almost made Miu lose his composure. Mrs. Nayland, your patriarch and I have reached an agreement. The old sword immortal is very righteous. He gave up the family's interests to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the difficulties. However, when the old sword immortal came, he reminded me that Mrs. Nayland is in charge of the Nayland family, so I better inform Mrs. Nayland. After that, Nayland Saihuan restrained her mind and began to talk about the follow-up and details with the hidden official who had received the old ancestors' imperial edict. The two returned to the hidden official's side on the horse path. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry? He asked softly. When Nayland Saihuan and Nayland Xiaowei talk back, won't the hidden official be exposed? Chen Pinggan said, asking for a sky-high price and sitting on the ground to pay. It depends on your ability. If Nayland Xiaowei doesn't want to listen to me, then let Nayland Saihuan talk. In the end, Chen Pinggan joked, if Mrs. Nayland wants to punish me, I think my sword immortal alone is enough to stop her. But if Nayland Xiaowei personally slashes me with his sword, brother must protect him. You smiled bitterly, isn't there Lu Ji? It's not my turn to arm wrestle with old Nayland. Whether it was Nayland Xiaowei or Lu Ji, they were among the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. You usually saw them. Even if he didn't have to take a detour, he still felt ashamed and full of awe for them. Miu's friends were mostly sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms, and most of them were romantic. There were only a few sword immortals in the upper 5 realms. Along the way with Chen Pinggan, only one sword immortal in the Jade realm greeted Miu. His name was Lai Ji. In the matter of cultivation, he and Miu were brothers in the same boat. He belonged to the kind of Jade realm that was not good enough when he was young. In the vast world, this might be the biggest regret of sword immortals, but in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was a public joke. It was said that Lai Ji couldn't bear to sit still and was talkative. He once had the nickname Magpie. But the young people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't think that Lai Ji could have such an outrageous nickname. Lai Ji often went to drink with Miu to relieve his boredom. At this time, when Lai Ji saw Chen Pinggan, he smiled and called him Mr. Hidden Official. Chen Pinggan, who was walking away with his sleeves folded, smiled and nodded. He reached out his sleeve and cupped his fist in return. After walking away, Chen Pinggan joked, Sword Immortal Mi has a lot of friends. I've benefited from it. Miu glanced at the southern wall. Like Pang Yuanji, he wanted to use his sword to kill demons. In the next few days, other than guarding the hidden official, Chen Pinggan often called Miu to discuss matters with others. They were all important figures. For example, the sages of Confucianism and Buddhism, who were at the two ends of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan wanted to ask about the inner workings of the Battle of Timing. During this time, Miu noticed that Ning Yarrow was wearing the immortal weapon ranked robe, Golden Wine. He even forged a new sword case with 2 long swords. One of them was the sword immortal that Chen Pinggan used to kill Li Jun. What a good name! It was no wonder that the young secluded official would occasionally chat with Jiyu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui at the desk. He said that he was extremely talented in naming. If naming was the only cultivation of the great Tao in the world, he should be at the beginning of the immortal realm. Pang Yuanji mentioned that the hidden officials had collected secret records for thousands of years. They had already categorized the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace into different categories. There were so many of them that it was impossible to move all of them to the horse path. It would be very convenient to search and read them over there. Especially the Summer Palace, which was the most important. Instead of making a last-minute effort and having people run back and forth to retrieve the necessary records, they might as well move to the Summer Palace. Since the hidden official's messenger flying swords were extremely fast, the 2 scrolls could be moved to one of the mansions. Otherwise, with all the hidden official's sword cultivators gathered on the horse path, they would definitely be targeted by the great demons. By staying on the city wall, we would be reducing the great sword immortal Lu Ji's lethality. Almost all the hidden officials' sword cultivators agreed with Pang Yuanji's suggestion. Only Chen Pinggan did not agree. He said that there was no rush. As for when to move to the Summer Palace, he had his own plans. Pang Yuanji did not want to continue arguing about this. Instead, Dong Bude and Deng Liang both disagreed with the hidden official's decision and raised their objections. Dong Bude emphasized that the hidden official's lineage was too important. If they stayed on the horse path, they would be wiped out if they were not careful. Deng Liang felt that it was a pity that the great sword immortal Lu Ji stayed on the same spot. This went against one of the hidden official's principles of haggling over every detail. For the first time, Guozhujiu did not speak. She lowered her head. She wanted to stare two big holes in the book and the desk. She was very worried. The little girl's silence was a kind of attitude in itself. To Guozhujiu, who was the most important person in the world, this was still an unprecedented move. However, Chen Pinggan still did not agree. He gave more reasons, but he could not convince the masses. Therefore, in these 2 days, the entire atmosphere of the hidden official's lineage was rather solemn. After this, the great sword immortal Yu Qing took some time to come here. He stopped for a moment at the edge of the sword qi restriction that Miu drew. Only then did the 10-man great sword immortal candidate continue forward. Chen Pinggan immediately stood up and took the initiative to welcome Yu Qing. The two of them did not go near the other hidden official's lineage sword cultivators. Yu Qing smiled. Chen Pinggan, you don't have to care about my face. Other than apologizing to the last disciple of the Sage of Literature, I also want to thank Chen Pinggan, who is not some hidden official. Chen Pinggan nodded. I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. Yu Qing said, when I said that you were in the wrong, I did not hide it. Now that I'm apologizing to you and thanking you, it's naturally awkward. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, if it was someone else who was the hidden official, I wouldn't have been so polite to anyone who dared to criticize my sword. Chen Pinggan said, 10-man great sword immortal candidate should have such heroic spirit. Yu Qing rubbed his chin and said, I admit that you do things quickly. However, I really don't like the way you speak. Chen Pinggan handed over a pot of wine. Yu Qing laughed heartily. He took the pot and left on his sword. Chen Pinggan looked up and did not look away for a long time. Great sword immortals should be like this. They stepped on the bottom line and were clear about their likes and dislikes. He returned to his seat. Just as he sat down, Jiyu Jianlong smiled. Hidden official, don't be biased. You gave great sword immortal Yu a pot of wine. We are family. You can't treat him unfairly, right? Cao Gun smiled. When the wine is cooked, it really strengthens the mind. Xian Can followed. I haven't drunk the wine from the wine shop. It's a regret in life. I hope it can be remedied. Guozhujiu slapped the table. Give me the money first. Chen Pinggan smiled. There's wine, but we'll talk about it later. After killing a few Earth Immortal sword immortals, I'll take out a few pots of wine to celebrate. Booze came from everywhere. Jiyu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui were the most enthusiastic. Dong Bude did not even raise his head. He clicked his tongue and said, You've got guts. Jiyu Jianlong immediately said to Wang Xinshui, Xinshui, what's wrong with you? Wang Xinshui said innocently, I'm learning from you. After such a comical scene, the gloomy atmosphere from before improved slightly. Today, Chen Pinggan stood up and left again. He went to another place on the city wall. Miu had already accepted his fate. Now, he had 2 more jokes. He became the sword immortal with the highest realm in the hidden official lineage. Then, he became the young hidden official's lackey. Often, as he walked, there would be half-baked sword immortals teasing Miu. With brother Mi around, why do you need great sword immortal Lu to protect the hidden official lineage? There were also some annoying words that even included the hidden official. Sword immortal Mi, you're so free. Come and enjoy the scenery. Miu looked at the smiling Chen Pinggan. Was this what they meant by eating one's own saliva? That little bastard Jiyu Jianlong's fair words were indeed fair and hit the nail on the head. They passed by Lai Ji again. As they sheathed their swords, Lai Ji, who was drinking wine, stood up. He saw the 2 of them pass by the city wall. He took out 2 pots of wine from his cube object and smiled as he tossed them to Miu and Chen Pinggan. This is the wine from the second shopkeeper's shop. Miu reached out to catch the wine pot. It was a bamboo grotto heaven wine. This Lai Ji was really too much of a bootlicker. Chen Pinggan also reached out to catch the bamboo grotto heaven wine. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. A bright red sword beam suddenly shot out. The intensity of the sword qi made the color of the sword beam extremely vibrant. It was Lai Ji's intrinsic flying sword, Burning Flower. It was aimed straight at the heart of the new hidden official, Chen Pinggan. Miu felt like his guts were about to explode. He crushed the wine pot and instantly summoned his intrinsic flying sword, Rosy Sky, to block Lai Ji's flying sword. Even if he could not block it completely, he had to buy a chance for Chen Pinggan to react. No matter how serious his injuries were, it was better than having his chest pierced by Lai Halberd. A sword immortal's flying sword could injure others, but if the sword chi lingered in the enemy's acupuncture points, it would be even more troublesome. Lai Halberd and Miu were looked down upon by other sword immortals, but Lai Halberd had attacked with all his strength at close range, and Chen Pinggan had been caught off guard, reaching out to grab the pot of wine. Miu could only pray that Chen Pinggan did not die. Miu's intrinsic flying sword was late. He was still able to hit the tail of Burning Flower with the tip of his sword, causing the tip of the sword to tilt and deviate slightly from the heart. At the same time, Miu took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. He was about to slash at Lai Ji, who was charging forward with his flying sword. Miu's sword was of high quality. It was naturally a gift from his elder brother, Miu. As for Lai Ji, he did not have a Dao companion or a teacher. His sword was just an ordinary sword. Lai Ji's Burning Flower flying sword was slightly altered by Miu's flying sword. Chen Pinggan formed a seal with 2 fingers. Without the protection of his robe, he was wearing the green robe of the Ning residence and the standard robe of the clothing workshop. Especially the robe inside, the light of treasures flowed and rippled. Finally, it condensed into an illusory golden talisman. It was the sword-locking talisman. However, he was too close to Lai Ji. This time, Lai Ji unsheathed his intrinsic flying sword and did not hold back. The flying sword charged forward and the 2 swords clashed. After the sword light exploded, a dazzling light bloomed in front of Chen Pinggan. Just the splashing of the Burning Flower flying sword blasted the talisman into pieces. The Burning Flower flying sword sank into the golden sword-locking talisman. Cracks appeared on the talisman, crisscrossing. The flying sword clearly wanted to break the talisman in one go. With the help of the sword-locking talisman, Chen Pinggan unsheathed a shrinking talisman and retreated dozens of feet. The only thing that Chen Pinggan could do was to unsheath another talisman to escape. The 2 intrinsic flying swords of the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortals followed almost at the same time. However, the Burning Flower flying sword was only for killing. In order to pursue extreme speed, the Burning Flower flying sword pierced Chen Pinggan's heart by an inch. This was the Flying Sword Immortal's close combat attack. The more ruthless method was that Lai Ji did not put away his flying sword. Instead, he used his Dao foundation to shatter the intrinsic flying sword of the sword cultivator. Miu's sword landed on Lai Ji's shoulder. With a slash, the tough body of the unpolished Jade Realm Sword cultivator was split in half. Lai Ji's yin spirit left his body and went forward. He abandoned his true body and used the sword workshop's sword to chop off the head of the new hidden official. After the intrinsic flying sword exploded in the young hidden official's body, Lai Ji's yin spirit was also affected by his own method. The relatively weak wandering yin spirit seemed to be bathed in the splendor of Lai Ji's last attack. Man and sword, Dao and life, disappeared together like smoke. Miu withdrew his intrinsic flying sword. The sword in his hand did not return to its sheath for a long time. This was because Miu knew that he was done in by the crazy Lai Ji. From this moment on, whether he would be thrown into Old Def's prison depended on whether his elder brother Miu's immortal realm was strong enough. Lu Ji hurried over on her sword. Her face was ashen. She did not even look at the dazed Miu. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are really a good-for-nothing." Lu Ji immediately formed a sword seal and tried to gather the remnant soul of the young hidden official. She tried her best to find a chance of survival for Chen Pinggan. However, it was meaningless. Lai Ji's attack was too decisive. Lu Ji turned her head to look at the thatched cottage far away. She asked her eldest sword immortal telepathically. Chen Qingdou said, "Let Chou Miao choose 3 sword cultivators to enter the hidden official's bloodline with him." Lu Ji said angrily, "That's it?" Chen Qingdou replied, "You, Lu Ji, have the nerve to ask me? Lu Ji said angrily, "Do I have to accompany Chen Pinggan from the beginning to the end? What about the safety of the other hidden official's bloodline? What about Miu? Kill him." Chen Qingdo said, "We'll talk about it later." Lu Ji suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and brought Miu back to the hidden official's bloodline. Seeing the younger generation, Lu Ji hesitated for the first time. Then she said, "The hidden official was killed by the traitor Lai Ji. Lai Ji is also dead. Miu is a suspect and is temporarily detained. Chou Miao will bring 3 people into the hidden official's bloodline. Leave the city immediately and move to the Summer Palace." Guo Zhujiu laughed. "Great sword immortal Lu, you really know how to joke." Lin Junbai and the others did not believe it either. They looked at each other. Lu Ji sighed, "That's it. Take care of yourselves after you leave the city." Lu Ji then left. Guo Zhujiu asked with a smile, "Great sword immortal am I, Lu Ji is gone. Don't continue to joke. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Although the little girl's face was full of smiles, tears were already welling up in her eyes. As she spoke, she frowned and couldn't say another word. Lin Junbai's feelings were extremely complicated. It was not easy to be the hidden official. The unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal Lai Ji's position in the first book was actually very far back. He was only a few pages away from Miu. But it was also because of this that Lai Ji could be the accident. As for why Lai Ji would do this, only God knew. There were too many old affairs and grudges in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Almost no sword immortal's story had a happy ending. Dong Bujuan's face was pale. Obviously, he could not accept this strange result. Jiyu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui clenched their fists. They could not accept this. Xian Can and the other sword immortals were also speechless. Soon, a young sword immortal male arrived. He was a little over 100 years old and was in the unpolished Jade Realm. He was known as the most stable unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal in the 3,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This person's cultivation path was solid and he climbed up step by step. Chou Miao. He had once followed Alliance into the heart of the wilderness. There was a nascent soul female sword immortal beside Chou Miao. She was naturally charming. Her name was Luo Zheni. She was about the same age as Chou Miao and was extremely beautiful. She was the favorite of many sword immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was also a golden core sword immortal. The young man Xu Ning had 2 natal flying swords, white chain and mountain color. They complemented each other. The young sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm, Chang Taiqing. Compared to Qi Shou and Jiao Yeho, these dazzling little mountains. The sword immortals led by Chou Miao spent most of their time cultivating in the words on the southern wall. Even though they were young sword immortals, they were like old Buddhist monks and Daoist masters. Their sword hearts were withered. Chou Miao said, "You will stay by my side. The rest of you will move to the Summer Palace. Zhani, Xu Ning, Taiqing, all of you will help." You smiled bitterly. Chou Miao's meaning was very simple. If he stayed by Chou Miao's side, no matter what you wanted to do, he would not be able to do it. The first group of sword immortals, including Lin Junbai, silently began to move. They did not feel any enmity towards Chou Miao and Luo Zhani, but they did not have any good intentions. After all, they had unknowingly gotten used to Chen Ping'an's existence. Only Guo Zhujiu sat where she was and said in a daze, "I'm not leaving. I want to wait for Master." Chou Miao said, "Okay. When you feel that you can't wait any longer, you can go to the Summer Palace to work." With Chou Miao leading the way, the group left the city on their swords and headed towards the important place in the west of the city. Only Guo Zhujiu was left sitting alone behind the desk. All the sword immortals landed on the square outside the Summer Palace. Chou Miao was stunned. No wonder he was not immediately appointed as the new hidden official. Chou Miao did not care about this. In fact, Chou Miao did not care whether he became the hidden official or stayed on the city wall to kill enemies. It was all cultivation. The 3 sword immortals, including Luo Zhani, were very surprised. As for Miu, he was almost in tears. Lin Junbai breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Now he and this hidden official were in the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace. Compared to the unknown Cho Miao, Lin Junbai was more willing to work with this guy in front of him. At the entrance of the hall, there was a young man in a green robe, looking at the group with a smile. His face was pale, but his eyes were bright. Chen Pinggan beckoned to Miu. "Walk with me." Then Chen Pinggan looked at Cho Miao. "In the future, when I'm not here, I'll have to trouble the four of you to listen to Lin Junbai's opinion." Cho Miao nodded and said, "No problem." Chen Pinggan looked at Jiyu Zhenlong. Jiyu Zhenlong immediately understood. He praised Cho Miao, the famous and solitary young sword immortal. "Sword immortal Cho Miao, you're magnificent. The sun and moon can be our witness." Luo Zhini frowned. Chen Pinggan had already led Miu into a corridor, strolling to somewhere else. Everyone entered the main hall and soon found that all the secret records and files of the Cold Palace had been moved here. Other than the entrance, there were 3 walls of books in the main hall in an orderly manner. Many of the secret records and books were pasted with notes so that it would be convenient for people to pick and read them. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the work of the hidden official. The notes were written in small regular script and were neat and orderly. Chen Pinggan was silent. Miu had mixed feelings and did not speak. Chen Pinggan took off the blade strengthening gourd and took out a bottle of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine, handing it to Miu. Miu said bitterly, "I'm afraid of this wine." Chen Pinggan smiled. "There are thousands of kinds of people who drink wine, but only wine is the best. There's no harm in drinking it. If you have any questions, just ask." Miu asked, "What's the matter? Who is the hidden official on the city wall?" Chen Pinggan said, "It's a high-grade substitute talisman, plus a puppet technique. It's a real golden body warrior's physique. Plus, the sword immortal boss helped me cover up, so it's quite hidden. But if that's all, I can't fool you, Miu, which means I can't fool Ji. So I attached a part of my soul to the talisman puppet. On the city wall, my every step and every breath had to be carefully controlled by me in the Summer Palace. So now I'm seriously injured, and I'm not faking it. But I paid a small price to dig out an unexpected traitor, who is also a sword immortal. It's not a loss. In fact, the person I wanted to bait was not Ji at first, but someone else. As for who it was, you've been following me all the time, so you have a clue, but I guess you've forgotten." Miu asked tentatively, "What if when you said you wanted to bait big fish like Yang Ji and Huang Luan, you also thought of this sneak attack? Was it to pave the way?" Chen Pinggan laughed. "Our sword cultivators can secretly send messages to the wasteland, so they can also secretly send messages to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for why Ji betrayed us, did he hate the Howran world more, or the sword immortal boss more, or the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? He must have his reasons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so decisive. But I'm not interested in the twists and turns of this matter. Anyway, Ji is a dead man." Chen Pinggan said in a serious tone, "This kind of person, the sooner he dies, the better. Otherwise, he might drag 1 or 2 sword immortals down with him at the crucial moment." Miu stopped, his expression extremely ugly. "I was pulled into the hidden official's line, just for this day, this matter." Chen Pinggan also stopped, nodded with a smile, and said bluntly, "Not only did I pull you in, but I also invited Lu Ji. Actually, it's the same. True and false, false and true. If not, how can I fool the sword immortals with evil intentions? A sword immortal with the intention of betrayal will become exceptionally smart. Lu Ji is there to protect everyone in the hidden official's line. Unless a sword immortal of the immortal realm comes in front of me and attacks me at close range, there will be a chance. Otherwise, it's wishful thinking for anyone to attack. With this premise, if I leave Lu Ji's side again, it will give people the illusion that there's no such thing as a missed opportunity." At this point, Chen Pinggan leaned against the pillar, shook the blade strengthening gourd in his hand, and said with a smile, "It's a good opportunity, it'll be a pity to miss it. You can give it a try. Lu Ji's protection and tight security is a facade for others to see. The hidden official is extremely safe and his life is not in danger. After leaving Lu Ji, The absence of the Jade Plane Realm MIU by my side is also a hint that I must have. Otherwise, the assassin will worry that I have nothing to fear and feel that there's a trap. Not carrying a sword of immortal weapon grade, and not wearing a golden wine robe of immortal weapon grade, is a reasonable move. Then, without the robe and the sword immortal MIU who's protecting him, the hidden official's real reliance is only the Great Wall of Sword Chi and his own golden body realm martial artist physique. MIU took a big gulp of wine, but still did not speak. Chen Pinggan said, with the death of the hidden official, the people's hearts will inevitably become lax. Our sword formation will be affected, this is human nature. Therefore, we can fish better from now on. Compared to killing a sword immortal, this is the result I want the most. MIU stared blankly at this young man. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, actually, I've thought about a lot of things. Most of them are just thoughts, they're useless. MIU was never good at thinking about those big and difficult things. Even his brother Mi, who had been worried about the stagnation of his cultivation for many years. On the contrary, MIU was more open-minded. Therefore, MIU only asked the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. If you hold a grudge against someone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, do you not even know how he died in the end? Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment. He thought about it seriously and nodded. It should be possible, but I've never thought about it. Because to me, the gains do not make up for the losses. A Dao heart is not easy to come by. I've been afraid of being poor since I was young. I'm used to treasuring rare things. MIU's eyes suddenly sharpened. For example, the Qi family who made things difficult for the Ning residents in the early years. Do you hate them? Do you really not have any selfish motives? After you became the hidden official in the Battle of the 13, you've looked through the secret records in the archives. There must be some clues that you've found. Which sword immortal said what key words? You know even more dirty inside stories. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Brother Mi, take a guess. Chen Pinggan handed over the blade strengthening gourd. Mi, you did not touch the wine pot in his hand. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, anyway, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. I swear to heaven and earth. Mi, you seem to be even more dispirited than Chen Pinggan, whose soul was damaged. He asked casually, that girl Guozhujiu is still at the city wall. When can we inform her to come back? Chen Pinggan said, let's wait a little longer. Mi, shook his head and said, scheming, scheming, scheming again and again. You won't even let a little girl go. Guozhujiu is your disciple. No matter how good your intentions are, I'm still very curious. Chen Pinggan, don't you feel tired and guilty at all? Chen Pinggan asked back, is it enough just to have a clear conscience? Do you think Lai Ji doesn't have a clear conscience? As a sword immortal, he even gave up his life. How much resentment does he have, and how much of a clear conscience does he have? MIU was speechless. Chen Pinggan raised his head to look at the southern city wall and laughed, flaming flower, flaming flower. What a good name. Sword immortals are all experts when it comes to naming their life-bound flying swords. The two returned to the Summer Palace's main hall. MIU sat in his seat. Chen Pinggan did not take a seat. He only sat on the steps outside the door. Chen Pinggan only said one sentence, other than the hidden official's flying swords, which can leave this place, no one is allowed to take half a step out of the Summer Palace in the near future. They are not allowed to meet with outsiders in private. If discovered, they will be executed for the crime of treason. As for the hidden official's messenger flying swords, Chou Miao and the other two, Lin Junbai, must know the contents of each other's swords. One by one, word by word, they must be recorded by sword immortal MIU. Xu Ning raised her head to look at the figure outside the door. She asked, since you do not trust us, why did you pull us into the hidden official's faction? Chen Pinggan held the blade strengthening gourd in one hand and the folding fan in the other. Before speaking to me, respectfully address me as Sir Hidden Official. Before Xu Ning repeated that sentence, she added the words Master Hidden Official. Chen Pinggan then laughed and said something very straightforward, I don't even trust myself. Why would I trust you? Xu Ning was silent. Luo Zheni and Chang Taiqing suddenly raised their heads, their faces full of anger. Xian Can and Cao Gun both admired this hidden official from the bottom of their hearts. They were also foreign sword immortals. Therefore, they were even more direct than Jiyu Zhenlong and Wang Xinshui. They opposed the three sword immortals with equal harshness. The two youths did not hide their allegiance. Chou Miao said, "Speak less in the crowd. If there is nothing to do, return early. If there is something to do, do it. Since the four of us are sword immortals of the hidden officials faction, we will follow the rules." Chen Pinggan turned his head and said with a smile, "If I die, sword immortal Chou Miao and Junbai are indeed the best candidates for the hidden officials." Lin Junbai pretended to be deaf and mute. Chou Miao turned a deaf ear. In the night, a messenger flying sword went to the top of the city. Then, a broken-hearted little girl slowly flew over on her flying sword. She had a sullen face and constantly wiped her tears. After floating down, his figure was still a little staggered. Then, she saw her master who had already stood up. She immediately smiled like a flower. Chen Pinggan said with a gentle smile, "That's a little too much." Guo Zhujiu put away her sword and stood in front of Chen Pinggan. She excitedly walked around on the spot. Her arms were swinging and her eyes were full of joy. "Master, let me tell you. Previously, I was alone. I believed that you would not die. But I did not expect you to be so resourceful. Not only are you alive and well, you even tricked me. Even if I used my little brain, I would never have thought that you were already in the Summer Palace. Amazing, it can't be any more amazing. I said that as long as I am here, it will not be up to you to think about life and death. In the future, it will be the same. Be willing to believe in me." Chen Pinggan smiled and took out a small bamboo chest from the objects in front of him. "This is your reward. If you don't find it tiring, carry it. But you are not allowed to show it off to others." Guo Zhujiu carried the small bamboo chest and asked softly, "Master, why is this small bamboo chest also a spirit?" "It grew legs and came to find you." "All right, when eldest senior sister gave me the small bamboo chest, it did not turn into a spirit. Later, Master, make another ordinary chest that does not grow legs and give it to eldest senior sister. This small bamboo chest that has grown up will be mine." Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "Later, you can argue with Pei Qian yourself. I will not side with anyone." Chen Pinggan rubbed Guo Zhujiu's head. "Go and busy yourself. Don't delay the important matters." Guo Zhujiu skipped up the steps, then turned around and jumped back. With her back facing the people in the hall, she stood still in the hall. After pausing for a moment, she turned around and walked away. Chen Pinggan did not follow her into the hall. Instead, he continued to walk around the Summer Palace. The places he walked were all small worlds. Chen Pinggan took out a green talisman and waved it lightly. "Boss, Sword Immortal, I will not let you send the small bamboo chest for nothing. If any Sword Immortal has been spying on the Summer Palace recently, just kill him. If he is willing to take such risks and is not patient enough, then he will not be of any use to us, the Great Wall of Sword Qi." After pausing for a moment, Chen Pinggan added, "If there is such a merit that comes to us, then it will be on the head of the hidden officials, Sword Immortal Miu." Even if Chen Pinggan was speaking in his own small world, to Chen Qingdou, it was like a piece of paper. Although Chen Qingdou did not agree or reject, his meaning was very clear. He had chosen Chen Pinggan to be the hidden official, and he could do whatever he wanted. This boss Sword Immortal changed the topic. "I'll make an exception and ask you again. Have you really thought it through? If it really is you, won't you regret it? Won't you tell Ning Yarrow beforehand?" Chen Pinggan did not give an answer and changed the topic as well. "How is my senior brother?" Chen Qingdou said that it was passable. Chen Pinggan kept the talisman and hid it in his sleeve. He took out another talisman and gently twisted it. He silently recited the incantation and instantly arrived at the other Summer Palace. Over at the Summer Palace, there was a towering ancient tree. The green tree was like a cool autumn tree. The Summer Palace's winning item was a deer antler poetry rui. It was shaped like a fish's tail and a mushroom. Chen Pinggan walked in the huge mansion where he was alone. The two palaces were actually very simple inside. There were almost no superfluous decorations. Chen Pinggan planned to familiarize himself with this environment first. Before leaving the deathly silent mansion and returning to the summer palace, Lin Sanju and Luo Ruoxin left. Chen Pinggan muttered to himself, "I've thought it through. I'll do it." 631. Originally, the inverted mountain only had one gate leading to the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Now that a bigger gate had been opened, the old gate was much less lively. In the words of the man with the sword, it was heartbreaking to be fond of the new and tired of the old. The senior Daoist boy was still sitting there reading a book. He was reading a miscellaneous book written by a frustrated scholar. He reached out and grabbed a handful of moonlight and placed it beside the boy and the book, as if he was holding a firefly to reflect the book. Previously, he had been disgusted by the white-clothed youth whose head had been clamped by a door and kicked by a donkey. A good book about scholars and beauties, a tasteless Central Pine collection, had been described by that person as a deleted version of an erotic novel. He had not been able to relax for a few days and could not lift his spirits to read any books. He had no choice but to give up on one of the few pleasures he had and stare blankly every day. It was just that he had endured the boredom of not reading for a month. Thus, after he started reading again, he took a large stack of books and placed them beside him. He was obsessed with reading day and night. Even though the little Daoist boy was an immortal, he read slowly and meticulously. Even though he had a photographic memory, he still liked to flip to the first few pages to take a look. The man with the sword, who was guarding the other side of the gate, strolled over to the little Daoist boy with a long sword in his arms. When he realized that this was considered slacking off, he ran back and placed the long sword on the pillar. Only then did he pick up a pot of wine and return to the little Daoist boy's side to read. The little Daoist boy only wanted to be alone and hated the smell of alcohol. When he turned around, the man followed him. The little Daoist boy had been his neighbor for many years and knew how bored a bored swordsman could be. Thus, he followed the man. The man pointed at a sentence on a page and said, "This scholar in the book is quite capable. The mountains are limpid and the waters are beautiful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is all for beauties. We men come to this world only to ruin the mountains and rivers and let down the beauties. This sentence is so well said. Circle it and you can recite it." The little Daoist boy was used to the man's blabbering and only cared about flipping the pages of the book. The man also ignored the little Daoist boy and only cared about his chatter. After finishing the book, the man sighed and said, "Boring. There's no taste of meat at all." The little Daoist boy put down the book in his hand and picked up another one. It was a book about the Jianghu romance of the dark moon and windy high winds. When the man saw the interesting parts, he drank more wine. However, his eyes were glued to the pages, not missing a single word. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, as expected of a book chosen by the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the little heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book. How envious. It's a pity that the incantation for this cultivation technique is vague. Otherwise, I could give it a try as well. See, I was right. The more this sloppy old man likes to talk nonsense, the more he is a hidden peerless expert. What do you think? Did I hit the nail on the head? The old man really has a whole new level of respect for our little heavenly master. Oh, how generous. He used his entire life's worth of internal energy to help open up the conception and governing vessels, and even completely cleanse the bones. Good fellow, if he returns to the Jianghu, won't he be invincible? The book was only halfway through when the little Daoist boy said, "It's obvious that he's not invincible yet." Even with the 60 years worth of internal energy and his own 20 years of hard work, it's still only 80 years worth of internal energy. Previously, there was that foreshadowing. According to the book, the great devil who caused a bloodbath in the Jianghu has already cultivated for 100 years. His internal energy is pure and bottomless. It's impossible to defeat him. The man rubbed his chin and thought that it made sense, then he's still missing a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. However, It shouldn't be too fast. After all, the story is only halfway through. The little Daoist boy slowly turned a page and agreed with the man. What's the rush? There will definitely be one. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight him. The man gulped down a mouthful of wine, childhood sweetheart, a righteous heroine he met by chance in the Jianghu, and a demon beauty who loves and hates each other. None of them can be missing. The writer was probably just trying to earn some money for daily necessities and paper and ink. He couldn't imagine that there would be two people reading the book after it was printed. Moreover, both of them read the book so crudely, but they actually liked it a little. One of them was a Daoist heavenly lord whose master's name was taboo in the world. What he sought was to learn from the ancient Daoist master. He wanted to control the heaven and earth, control yin and yang, move mountains and seas, breathe essence, and exist with the heaven and earth. The other was a great sword deity from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. He participated in the Battle of the 13. Not only did he make friends with heroes in his life, he also had a female sword deity as his confidant. However, the little Daoist boy, whose master and family background were extremely prestigious, left his hometown to train and sharpen his Daoist heart. As for the man, he was considered a felon among felons. He could only guard the door behind them year after year. The little Daoist boy closed the book. The man was anxious. What? The little Daoist boy said, slow down. This book is not bad. Read it slowly. There was a scene in the book. It was not about the mountains or deities, but about the people of Jianghu. With just a few strokes, the little Daoist boy, who had never really been to Jianghu, felt like he was looking at a painting. The sky was clear after the rain. Mist formed on the water, hazy and eternal. In the middle of the lake, there was a colorful boat with a hero standing at the bow. It broke through the water without any obstacles and gradually approached the pavilion. Along the way, the reeds rustled. In the pavilion, there was a white-robed guest waiting with wine. The man sighed and leaned back. He asked casually, Daoist Jiang, what kind of place is the Qingming world? The little Daoist boy answered casually, there are many customs and rules. It's about the same as the vast world. The man asked, Daoist number 2 hasn't found the 500 spirit officials yet? The little Daoist boy didn't think that this was a secret that couldn't be revealed. It's probably still early. It's not easy to change to a snail shell and continue to be a Daoist hall. The man used his hands as pillows and changed into a comfortable position. He crossed his legs. You're all busy. The little Daoist boy smiled. You and I aren't busy. The man looked at the bright moon. Like us, we're also busy staying up late. Alliance had once left a famous saying for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A cultivator who didn't stay up late wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Tao. As for how to stay up late, cultivating qi and swordsmanship bitterly was the lowest. Drinking was the middle. Even if you drank until you ran out of money and had no more money to buy wine, the moonlight would enter the cup and the cup would never be empty. As for what was the highest, the drunkards and gamblers were all men. They all smiled knowingly. The little Daoist boy was a little puzzled. He turned to look at the man. Zhonglu, are you that weak? The war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi is tense. If you really insist on returning to the city, Chen Qingju won't stop you, right? The man named Zhonglu closed his eyes and rested. He said, I'm mentally tired. The little Daoist boy smiled. With this mentality, it's hard for you to improve further. Zhonglu said softly, whatever. The little Daoist boy reached out to disperse the bright moonlight that resembled a lamp on a desk. He looked up at the sky. The true taste of the world can only be tasted by the quiet. Did your master teach you that? I read it from some books. Jiang Yunsheng, you said that when an ordinary man sees humiliation, he can draw his sword and fight with his back straight. He can forget about life and death, all right? I don't know. I can't be bothered to think about it. All good things must come to an end. I'll miss you in the future. If I have the chance, I'll go to your hometown to play with you. A man saying such things to another man. Who are you trying to disgust? You're just a child. You can't be that old. Zhonglu, are you asking for a beating? The man turned around and fell into a deep sleep. If he was in the 9 great continents of the vast world, a great sword immortal wouldn't only have such a small place to live no matter how poor he was. The little Daoist boy continued reading. Poor sword immortal Xiao Yunyang. Doing business, earning money, regardless of day or night. Every immortal coin was known as the purest concentration of spiritual energy in the world. However, it was hard to say whether there was a clean immortal coin in the world. After a huge ferry unloaded and exchanged for a large pile of elixir supplies from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it left the inverted hanging mountain ferry. This was the cross-continent ferry of the Mountain Water Cave, a large sect in the southwest Fuyao continent. The name of the ferry was very rustic, Earthen Basin. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Mountain Water Cave started from the streets. However, after he made his fortune, what he did in his life was to cut ties with the past and live his life on the mountain like a noble in the mortal world. Only in the matter of naming the cross-continent ferry of Earthen Basin did he reveal his true colors. A nascent sole steward of the ferry stood at the observation deck on the top floor of the ferry, silently counting the money with his fingers. This trip to and from the inverted hanging mountain would earn him at least 70 grain rain coins. In addition, the great dynasties at the foot of the Fuyao continent were currently fighting each other. If he operated it well and found the right buyer, it wasn't impossible for him to double the amount. Because of the immortal supreme treasures on the mountain, there were as many as 3 half-immortal weapons. Many Earth immortals had already died, and many old bastards of the upper 5 realms had gradually surfaced. If it weren't for the restriction of the Confucian Academy, these old immortals could only stand behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just used puppets to compete and be so amiable. Whether it was on the mountain or below the mountain, spending so much money to fight back and forth was a good thing for the Mountain Water Cave, a business sect that was second to none. The Jade Forest sect was rich because sword immortals were as common as clouds in the North Continent, causing immortal sects to change very quickly. When the general situation changed, the immortal coins would naturally roll along with it. Using the abacus, rolling the beads, was money. As for the Jade Forest sect's Liu clan, they were an anomaly and could do business with anyone. Many of their transactions were no longer in the category of money. What they earned was the change of dynasties, the change of rulers of immortal clans and clans. The most frightening part was that the Jade Forest sect's Liu clan's biggest goal in doing business with anyone was to ensure that the other party could earn money. Even more frightening was that this matter was really done by the Jade Forest sect's Liu clan, and became an unshakable family rule that was passed down from generation to generation. The old cultivator's trip to inverted hanging mountain this time was quite fruitful. As the manager of the Mountain Water Cave's intercontinental ferries, after receiving the ancestors' instructions, he had previously met with several fellow Taoists from the Fuyao and Jinjia continents in the Lingji Pavilion's superior rooms. They planned to work together to make money. There were a total of 8 intercontinental ferries, so they had to put in some effort in the matter of profits. Otherwise, they would be giving the Great Wall of Sword Qisiang and Nalan clans the leeway to compare goods and take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price. Therefore, they had to discuss and choose a transit port that was neither too far nor too close to inverted hanging mountain. They would first agree on the price and divide the goods. Each ferry would specialize in a few types of goods, and then come to inverted hanging mountain to negotiate the price with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was only the first matter, and there were almost no objections. The main reason was that the Mountain Water Cave was rich and overbearing, and they were determined to facilitate this matter. They were willing to guarantee that after the next transaction, they would make money and everyone would be happy, proving that this matter was feasible. In the future, they would follow this rule to travel inverted hanging mountain, but as long as they lost money, the Mountain Water Cave would compensate them with their own money. The second matter was that the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was extremely difficult and required a large amount of supplies. The Mountain Water Cave took the lead and threw out a suggestion. Other than jointly building a few new ferries, they would pay the old ancestors to help open up 1 or 2 smoother routes, kill those obstacles that blocked the way, and help to oversee the ferries. In the past, there was little money and they were unmoved. But now, The situation had changed and Gu had enough money. Even if these old ancestors looked down on them, they still had a sect, a direct disciple, or a family member. As long as their respective sect masters came forward and persuaded them with reason and emotion, there was still hope to persuade these old ancestors to get involved in the mortal world. The third matter was more troublesome. The two nascent soul sword cultivators, Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan, had both gone to the city wall. The family affairs were temporarily handed over to the family juniors. Although they were far from being as shrewd as the two gods of fortune of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the trouble was that this group of people insisted on the price and stubbornly adhered to the rules. If they did not agree, then both sides would drag it out. Although everyone knew that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would definitely not be able to last longer than the cross-continent ferries, as long as they stayed at Inverted Hanging Mountain for another 10 days to half a month, the amount of money they would pay to Inverted Hanging Mountain would not be a small sum. Therefore, it was not just the Shanshui Grotto. In fact, all the cross-continent ferries hoped to break the deadlock. In history, during the Great Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Nayland family had not asked for a high price for the cross-continent ferries, saying that if they did not want to sell, then they could scram. Just as the stewards of the more than 10 ferries were like ants on a hot pan and were about to lower their heads and admit defeat, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. There was a nameless young man on the Fuyao Continent's ferries who actually managed to convince all the stewards of the 7 continent sect ferries to withdraw from Inverted Hanging Mountain overnight. It was as if they were on a scenic tour as they stopped at the Rain Dragon sect's vassal islands. They only left a single sentence for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, saying that they did not want to earn any money. And this young man who rose to fame and eventually succeeded in helping all the ferries earn a large sum of money was the Shanshui Grotto's founding ancestor. At that time, he was only a sea-viewing realm cultivator, but he was able to convince all the old foxes who were used to doing business. In a short 30 years, this young man had his own mountain and cross-continent ferries. It was not that the Nayland family had not thought of specifically targeting the 2 cross-continent ferries of the Shanshui Grotto, but the Shanshui Grotto had dealt with them very easily each time. As time passed, what else could they do? The business continued. Later on, there was the Yang family. The head of the family, Yang Ming, was relatively easy to talk to. He was not as straightforward as the businessman of the Nayland family. Instead, he was more like a sword cultivator with a bad temper. Yang Ming was more like a businessman in name. He was cautious and conscientious, doing his best to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi spend less money. He also allowed the cross-continent ferries to earn money. It could be considered a mutually beneficial relationship. And after Nayland Saihuan took over the family's financial power, her relationship with the ferries of the various continents was not bad. And after Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan were 2 smart people who were in charge of business, their relationship was average. Generally, they did not interfere with each other's business. Privately, there were also some conflicts of interest. An old cultivator's direct disciple came to the observation deck. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The old Yuanying smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." The young man asked, "Master, in the past, our Shanshui Grotto's ferries had promised the Great Wall of Sword Qi that we would be allowed to pay on credit. After the battle ended, we would pay the agreed interest. Why did the old ancestor want us to join forces with the other ferries of the Shanshui Grotto and the Great Wall of Sword Qi to reject this?" The old man said softly, "Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi is very strict with news, and no one is allowed to approach the city. Even old acquaintances like me, who used to be able to stay at the Sword Immortal's residence for a few days, can't enter the city this time after entering the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I can only discuss business with the 2 families in the residence between the city and the Mirage. But the more they try to cover it up, the more it proves that the demon race is coming with great force this time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi will suffer greatly in this battle." The young man smiled and said, "The 2 Sword Immortals, Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan, are proficient in this Dao. The wealth they have accumulated, whether it is for their own family or for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, is definitely not small." The old man nodded and smiled. "So this time, we can help the Shanshui Grotto earn a lot. Not only will we turn the Yang and Nayland families' wealth upside down, we will also empty the pill store's savings. As for not paying on credit, we will naturally take it seriously. It is absolutely not a joke. But the truth is, we can choose not to take it seriously. How we can choose not to take it seriously will depend on Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan's sincerity. The young man said carefully, "Sword immortals have good tempers. Don't push them too far." The old man sneered. The Nayland family has that old ancestor, Nayland Burned Reed. He is one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If it was our Fuyao continent, who would dare to breathe loudly in front of such an old thing? Nayland Burned Reed has a good temper. Very bad. But what can they do when they meet us? Sword immortals have great killing power and like to kill. You can kill as you wish. Would they dare? Next, we will have to convince the ancestors of the other ferryboat sects to come out. That is why immortal money is the strongest fist in the world. The young man's real question was, why couldn't they earn less money? It seemed unnecessary to constantly earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man seemed to have seen through the direct disciple's thoughts. He smiled. Your cultivation is all right, but in business, you are really stupid. You have no perception. You can earn money, but you want to earn less. Do you really think you can earn big money in this life? As long as you think that, you can forget about becoming someone like our old ancestor. Don't even think about it. You are not even fit to carry the old ancestor's shoes. Finally, the old man said, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. It is already amazing that you can live your life well. When you become an even more important ancestor of the Shanshui Grotto, at that time, you will have the qualifications to talk about earning less money. But I can be sure that when that day comes, you will only want to earn more money than me." Thinking back to today's thoughts, even you find them laughable. Why? The old man answered his own question. Because your ass is sitting on the seat of the Shanshui Grotto's ancestral hall. The youngest golden core earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Ku, left the ancestral mountain on the island where the Rain Dragon sect was located. He went to a vassal island to meet a good friend. The Rain Dragon sect did not have any cross-continent ferryboats because they did not need them. The sect had more than 20 vassal islands of various sizes. There were ferries everywhere, and all of them were vassal immortal sects of the Rain Dragon sect. There were tens of thousands of direct disciples, outer sect disciples, and servants. Most of the North Continent's cross-continent ferryboats, as well as some of the South Surrey Continent's ferryboats, needed to stop here. Fu Ku did not bring the beauty with him. He rowed the talisman boat alone and boarded the island called Jasper Island. There were immortal trees on the island. The quality of the trees was like jasper and was very precious. It was something that many intercontinental ferries that docked at the shore bought at a high price. Anyway, he had earned a lot at the inverted hanging mountain and did not lack this little expense. Moreover, he could also earn money when he returned to his hometown. Jade Island was located in the northeast of the Rain Dragon sect, so in the early years, there were often old rain dragons that traveled between the Flood Dragon Gully and the South Surrey continent. If one was lucky, one could even see a dying dragon that had fallen into the sea. However, the Rain Dragon sect and the Flood Dragon Gully were considered close neighbors. They had always been kind to these dragon-type creatures that followed their instincts to summon rain. Once an exhausted flood dragon floated in the sea and could not return to its nest, there would even be great cultivators who would help it float to the Flood Dragon Gully. However, in recent years, it was not so common anymore. This was because there was a sword immortal at the Flood Dragon Gully who was extremely skilled in swordsmanship and had a bad temper. He did not distinguish between right and wrong, and for the sake of reputation, he destroyed most of the lair with his sword. Some of the experienced elders on Jade Island said that this kind of sword immortal only had a realm but did not know how to conduct himself. He was a typical example of a person who did not deserve his position. Regarding this rumor, Fu Ku was actually the most qualified to speak a few words of truth. However, he did not want to spoil the fun of half of his own family. Fu Ku's talisman boat did not land directly at his friend's private residence. Instead, it landed at the mountain gate on the shore of Jade Island. Then, it slowly moved forward. Along the way, he took the initiative to greet others. Those who spoke to Fuku, regardless of whether they were men or women, were flattered and felt honored, even if it was just a polite exchange. To Fuku, this was a small matter, but it could kill two birds with one stone. One was to help him deepen his approachable image. The other was to help his friend gain some face. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, there was not much difference. Face could be exchanged for money. Fuku's friend, Yu Fujing, was a cultivator of the lower 5 realms who did not have any reputation in Aquarius continent. He was an old friend of Fuku's. In their early years, both of them were born in similar realms. He did not expect that Fuku, who was almost at the end of his rope, would have such a great fortune of the Great Tao just because he wanted to take a look at Inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not see Inverted Hanging Mountain. Instead, he stayed in the Rain Dragon sect midway. He soared to the heavens in one step and became the son-in-law of an immortal family. 2 fairies threw themselves at him one after another. His great fortune was truly envied by others. His luck with women was not shallow. It was enough to make others envious. This news was quickly spread to Aquarius continent with the help of the ferry from Old Dragon City's Osmanthus Island. Fuku immediately became an existence that many wild cultivators admired. Even immortal masters of records were jealous of. Therefore, Yu Fujing came to try his luck. Previously, he only hoped to get some divine money from his good friend Fuku's fingernails. It was similar to a few small coins to help his friend. Yu Fujing was satisfied. He did not expect Fuku to be so loyal. After Yu Fujing left the ferry, he fearfully went to the Rain Dragon sect. He did not dare to set foot on the island. He only dared to report his name and say that he knew Fuku. At that time, he did not even have the face to say that he was Fuku's friend. Not only did Fuku hurriedly leave the Rain Dragon sect, but due to the sect's rules, he could not bring Yu Fujing to the island. Therefore, he settled Yu Fujing on this Jade Island. Fuku said that he could stay there without worry and that he was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. After Fuku left, Yu Fujing felt both fortunate and regretful. Because Fuku did not say anything. Unexpectedly, one day later, the disciplinary cultivator of the Jade Island's ancestral hall personally came to him and asked if he was willing to become an inner sect cultivator of the Jade Island. Although he was not a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, Yu Fujing was already moved to tears. One had to know that although the Jade Island was one of the vassals of the Rain Dragon sect, there was an old nascent soul immortal overseeing it. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, what kind of lofty immortal mansion would it be? As for the disciplinary cultivator, he was also a golden core earth immortal. Yu Fujing, who was a wild cultivator of the lower 5 realms, did not even dare to dream that a golden core earth immortal would smile at him and speak to him courteously. After that, Yu Fujing used the identity of a registered cultivator of the Jade Island to cultivate steadily. He obtained the immortal arts and incantations, but his aptitude was really mediocre. Yu Fujing's cultivation progress was always slow. Even the cave-dwelling realm, which was nothing on the Jade Island, did not have much hope in this lifetime. However, it did not matter. The cultivator of the ancestral hall still regarded him favorably. This time, Fuku had come to the Jade Island to visit him, Yu Fujing. Yu Fujing, who had already heard the news from his sect, hurriedly left the house. What the hell was he cultivating qi refinement? Unless he had some special Tao fate or a large amount of immortal money, he, Yu Fujing, was simply waiting for death. However, Yu Fujing suddenly stopped at the door. After dawdling for a long time, he opened the door. After waiting for a while, he saw Fuku, who was bidding farewell to the Jade Island's ancestral master. Yu Fujing hurriedly quickened his pace, thinking that he should at least exchange a few words with this nascent soul immortal. The island master's old nascent soul actually stopped in his tracks. Yu Fujing quickly stepped forward and slapped Fuku's shoulder heavily. He jokingly scolded him for forgetting his brother after getting a wife. Fuku smiled and did not say a word. Yu Fujing immediately bowed respectfully to his sect's ancestral master. The old nascent soul and Yu Fujing exchanged a few pleasantries. It was nothing more than diligent cultivation and hope for the great Tao. Yu Fujing held his breath and listened attentively. After the old nascent soul left with a smile, Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ku into a private mansion. It was not big, but it was still a private mansion. The Jade Island had a strict hierarchy. Other than the young geniuses who were the future pillars of the ancestral hall, Yu Fujing was the only one who had a private mansion in the lower 5 realms. Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ku to drink. Fu Ku took out 3 jugs of immortal wine brewed by the Rain Dragon sect. He shared 1 jug with Yu Fujing. As for the remaining jug, Fu Ku smiled and said that his master loved wine. He could give it to him later. Yu Fujing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Righteous. Fu Ku smiled and said, "You can drink the wine, but remember not to get drunk. This jug of wine has a strong after effect. If you like to drink it, even if I don't come myself, I'll get someone to send it to the Jade Island." Yu Fujing joked, "You're so arrogant. Fu Ku, are you looking down on your friends in the lower 5 realms now that you've become an earth immortal?" Fu Ku said helplessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's because I've reached a small bottleneck and need to go into seclusion for a while. I can't leave." Yu Fujing drank a mouthful of wine and stepped on a chair. He looked out of the house and sighed. "I never would have thought that I'd be sitting here with Fu Ku drinking this expensive immortal wine." Fu Ku smiled and said, "The great Tao is unpredictable. Let's drink, let's drink." Yu Fujing drank quickly, and Fu Ku couldn't stop him. Yu Fujing was originally filled with gratitude towards Fu Ku. However, as Fu Ku ascended step by step, he gave others the impression that he was almost perfect. Thus, he had some thoughts in his heart. It would be profitable. Fu Ku abandoned his wife as if this karma had never existed. After ascending the mountain, he returned with the beauty and became a direct disciple of the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall. He completely forgot about it. Of course, Yu Fujing wasn't threatening him. He didn't dare to threaten Fu Ku, who was both a friend and an earth immortal. Therefore, at the wine table today, Yu Fujing seemed to be careless and let it slip. It was just a casual sentence mixed in with reminiscing about the past. Fu Ku put down the wine jug. Yu Fujing then gave himself a slap. "Look at this stupid mouth of mine. Fu Ku, don't think too much. I won't say anything about this matter to outsiders." Fu Ku smiled. Then, Yu Fujing died on the spot. Fu Ku picked up the wine jug and continued to drink slowly. He looked at the door and muttered to himself, "Yu Fujing, you came to me to fight for riches, so I left the Rain Dragon sect and came to you on a boat. I gave you riches that you didn't even dare to dream of. If you were more obedient and tactful, you might have a chance to become my right-hand man in the future. After all, realms are realms, and brains are brains. I always knew that you were a smart person. In the end, you didn't care about your fortune, so don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood. You're only a cultivator of the lower 5 realms and haven't seen the scenery of the mountain peak. However, I've seen it with my own eyes. If possible, I want face and reputation. It's just that choosing the lesser of 2 evils makes me feel that you're an ingrate. Then, rather than keeping you by my side and letting you harm me sooner or later, I might as well put an end to it. Actually, there's another reason why I'm keeping you here. Every time I see you, I'll be a little more alert and remind myself of how lowly I was born. This way, I'll be able to make myself cherish every immortal coin I have, every flattering smile, and every flattering word." Fu Ku's expression was lonely. "Do you really think that your death is a big deal? I won't do anything. After I leave, I won't say anything. I'll just return to the Rain Dragon sect. The entire Jade Island will be handled flawlessly. I'll even have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping Jade Island establish a secret relationship with me. That's what a smart person should do. Yu Fujing, oh Yu Fujing, you're still too short-sighted. No wonder you're looking for death." Fu Ku stood up and wiped his hands. He turned to look at the dead man. "I told you to drink more and talk less when you're drunk, but you didn't listen." Fu Ku really left the Jade Island just like that and went to the mountain gate. Only then did he summon a talisman boat and head to the Rain Dragon sect. Fu Ku lay on the talisman boat and closed his eyes, thinking about the future. For example, he would first become a nascent soul cultivator, then ascend to the upper 5 realms and become the sect master of the Rain Dragon sect. He would take the Rain Dragon sect's Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great private residences of the inverted hanging mountain, and become a private person. Then, he would return to his hometown in glory and go to the tiny Aquarius continent, where he would take in a few fairies who he originally regarded as heavenly goddesses as maidservants. What upright young mountains, Sujio? Oh, that's not right. This fairy had already been reduced from a phoenix to a chicken covered in mud. Forget about her. No matter how beautiful she was, what use was there? Was there a lack of beautiful women in the world? No, there was no lack of beautiful women. What was lacking was people like Fuku who were destined to reach the top. Fuku stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. He smiled and said, I wonder if there's a chance for the female sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to be my mistress. I heard that Luo Zhini and Sichu Weiran aren't too old. They're very good-looking and can fight. They're first-rate female sword immortals. If the Great Wall of Sword Chi falls, won't I have a chance? As for if the Great Wall of Sword Chi fell, such a mess would be cleaned up by the high and mighty scholarly sages. There was no need for Fuku and the Rain Dragon sect to do anything. Not to mention the Middle Plains Divine Continent, wasn't there the mellow scholar Chen Chunan on the city wall closer to home? Moreover, this was just in case. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were really interesting. The vast world's Chi cultivators were all afraid of death. On the other hand, the Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to be afraid of living. They were doing things that sought death. Thinking of this, Fuku opened his eyes and thought to himself, it's a pity that the beasts of the wilderness are too useless. A bird flew past the talisman boat. Fuku glanced at it and laughed. The Shi family said that the boat and the bird dreamt together. We immortals should ride the boat in the clouds and dream together with the bird. Luhua Island could only be neighbors with the Rain Dragon sect, which was known for its domineering behavior, and not become a vassal. It was impossible for them to not have some ability. In the past 1,000 years, the Rain Dragon sect had only suffered a little at the hands of that sword immortal. The other cultivators who passed by, even if they were earth immortals or immortals of the upper 5 realms, were all taught a lesson by the Rain Dragon sect. In any case, they did not have a good ending. Furthermore, the Rain Dragon sect was too far away from the 3 continents. It was isolated in the sea, and the emperor was far away. Therefore, the rules of the Rain Dragon sect were often more effective than the rules of the Confucian Academy. The fact that Luhua Island was not annexed by the Rain Dragon sect had nothing to do with the cultivators of the sect. It was just that there was an ancient ruin on Luhua Island that was named the Cave of Fortune by the later generations. It was said that there was a Daoist expert of unknown origin guarding it. He took all the luck and did not allow others to touch it. However, regarding this old almanac, even the most senior cultivator on Luhua Island could not confirm its authenticity. It was really too old. The great cultivators who dared to explore it did not return. Gradually, they gave up on the idea. No matter how precious the immortals' opportunity was, they could not lose their lives for it. Moreover, Luhua Island did not have the slightest intention of annexing it, and the Rain Dragon sect did not annex it. This was enough to explain many things. Luhua Island was only the furthest southwest vassal island of the Rain Dragon sect. It could barely be considered a close neighbor, but it was actually a distant neighbor of the Rain Dragon sect. There were many cultivators on Luhua Island, but they did not have much money. This could be blamed on the Tongya continent that did not like to deal with other continents. They were not even willing to build a cross-continent ferry. Although the Tongya continent's route to the inverted mountain was indeed more dangerous than the ferry route in Old Dragon City, the Tongya sect and the Yugue sect were big sects. If they were really willing to earn this hard-earned money, with the amazing foundation of the 2 sects, it would not be too difficult to open up a route, and they would definitely not lose money. Unfortunately, the immortal forces in the Tongya continent were mostly giants. In the vast world, they were famous for not having to worry about food and clothing. It was very different from other continents where almost all countries had immortal mansions and provinces had immortal masters. The Yugue sect only had a cloud cave blessed land, so they did not care about this kind of cross-continent business at all. In the words of the head of the Jiang family, even if he sneezed or farted, he could make money. If he had the time, why would he go to the inverted mountain to make money? You can humiliate me, Jiang Shangzhen, for having a low cultivation level, but you can never insult my ability to make money. If anyone dares to be so heroic, I will smash him to death with money. But if the Tongye continent really had a few cross-continent ferries, Luhua Island would be the first choice when choosing a transit port. Luhua Island was too isolated from the rest of the world. When it came to cultivation, everyone just needed to do it step by step. When it came to making money, there would naturally be pearl divers who went out to sea. Therefore, the cultivators here preferred to search for interesting people outside and talk about them. Otherwise, who would they be showing off their cultivation to? Luhua Island could not be compared to the Rain Dragon sect, and there were not any amazing cultivators. Today, there was a dispute that was not strange at all. Two groups of young men and women with very ordinary cultivation aptitude were divided into two camps. Originally, they were arguing about whether a genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect could be compared to the top genius of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The so-called genius was a sword cultivator who became a golden core sword cultivator before the age of 100. Some said that they could not be compared, while others said that there was not much difference. Later, unknowingly, the quarrel went astray, and they argued about what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Chi was. Some said that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was full of heroes, and it was the place where sword cultivators gathered the most in the world. It was said that if one walked on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and bought a bottle of wine, one could see it everywhere. If one did not go to such a place in one's life and drink some wine, it would be a waste of one's identity as a cultivator. Since ancient times, the essence of quarreling was that whatever the other party said was wrong, and they would not admit it even if they were right. Therefore, soon, there were people who said that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were all stupid, and they never knew how to do business. Almost all the cross-continent ferries could make a lot of money. For example, why was the Rain Dragon sect so rich? Wasn't it indirectly making money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi? There were even young men who sneered and said that when they grew up, they would also go to the inverted mountain to earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They would earn so much that they would not have any money left in their pockets. An old cultivator who passed by scolded them jokingly. All of them only had the ability to scold and argue, so they quickly went to cultivate. Not only did the juniors not listen to the old cultivator's orders, but both sides also insisted that this respected old cultivator be the judge. The old man was famous on Luhua Island for having a lot of stories. In addition, he was not arrogant and could chat with anyone. When he was in a good mood, he would even give you wine. It did not matter if you were a kid or not, you could still drink wine. The old man was a golden core earth immortal, and there was a chair in the ancestral hall. He had a luxurious private residence that occupied a very large area on the island. On the street at the foot of the Elk Cliff in the inverted mountain, he had opened a shop with a friend on the mountain. He had even been to the South Po-Suo continent, the Old Dragon City in the Aquarius continent, and the Skeleton Beach in the North continent. He had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. He was an old immortal who had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, the juniors of Luhua Island all liked to listen to this old immortal's jokes. Once he was drunk, he could tell all kinds of interesting things. Just the local customs of various places in the world, he could tell hundreds of stories. He said that the prostitutes in the brothel would ask the little brats to jump on the bed to exorcise evil spirits. He said that the Confucian Academy did not recommend burning paper money. Neither the Buddhist nor the Taoist schools admitted that this custom was spread in their own schools. Therefore, they had been arguing about it for many years. The children who grew up on Luhua Island all looked forward to hearing it. Just the many legendary stories of Jiang Shangzhen from the Jade Gui sect, the old cultivator could talk for a long time. In fact, the old cultivator liked to talk about Jiang Shangzhen the most, because the old cultivator always said that he and the famous man on the top of the Tongyi continent could drink wine at the same table. No one believed it. Today, the old cultivator was being held back by his juniors, not allowing him to leave. Thus, he rambled on for a while, saying some good things about that genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect, as well as the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Only then was he able to get some peace and quiet. The old man walked down the mountain along a wide mountain path. On both sides of the path, ancient trees towered into the sky. The old man had an old habit of counting the steps silently until he reached the shore of Luhua Island. The old man was in a good mood. In the past 2 years, the business of the Elk Cliff had not been bad, and he had made a lot of money. The key was that the old man felt that he had made a lot of money. Occasionally, when it was late at night, the old cultivator even wanted to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. But when he thought of this kind of joke, the old cultivator couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Do you need to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Do you know any sword immortals? The old man scratched his head and felt a little melancholy. He had been a good-for-nothing all his life. If he could really drink wine with Jiang Shangzhen, it would be great. In the future, when he bragged to the children, he would not feel guilty at all. The old man looked back at the mountain, hoping that it would continue to be like this. There were only small worries, but no big worries. The old man came back to his senses, laughed, and shook his head. He climbed up the mountain again and counted the steps again. His footsteps were slow, and he was not in a hurry at all. Thinking back to those years, there was a young girl with a pink face beside the young man. The young man was not handsome, and the girl was not beautiful, but they liked each other. As cultivators, it was only a few steps, so it was naturally not tiring for them. However, every time she wanted to rest, the young man would sit with her on the steps halfway, looking into the distance and watching the bright moon above the sea. The old man stopped and turned his head to look at the moon above the sea. Today's people had seen the moon of the past, and today's moon had once shone upon an old friend. They had all seen her before. The old man suddenly held his forehead, calmed himself down, and stared at the moon above the steps with his eyes wide open. He always felt that there was something strange just now. But when he looked around, the world was silent, and only the occasional rustling sound of pine flowers falling to the ground could be heard. The old man was very careful. Although he had never really drunk with Jiang Shangzhen before, he had been to several continents and seen many strange people and strange things. So he did not think that this was a trivial matter. Immediately, he flew to the top of an ancient pine tree. However, there was still no trace of Jiang Shangzhen. The old man finally looked at a lonely peak that was classified as a forbidden area on Luhua Island. It was the Cave of Fortune that was once very famous, but now its fame was slowly fading away. The old man laughed at himself. If it is really the old immortal inside, it should be a good thing. The sea was vast, even more vast than the land of the 9 continents. In history, there were many immortals who quietly left the land, chose a place with good feng shui on the sea, hid in it, and focused on cultivation. They either quietly broke through the realm or quietly died without anyone knowing. Yugui clan was located at the southern end of Tongya continent. The mountain range was verdant and deep, and it was filled with spiritual energy. It was a top-notch cultivation ground. Among them, the Shenzhuan mountain had the reputation of being extremely high. In addition, there were many talents in Yugui clan, and there was never a shortage of talents. The only thing they were worried about was that there were too many talents in each generation, and how should the ancestral hall avoid favoritism? From the old ancestor Zun Yuan, to the slightly younger Jiang Shangzhen, and finally the first person of the younger generation, Wei Ying. As for the talented cultivators who were about the same generation as Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, if they were not overshadowed by these two people, in fact, if they were from other clans, they would be much more famous on the mountain. On the top of a mountain called Joey Peak, there were continuous palaces, surrounded by fairy chi, and fairy birds circled around. It was not a small cave, but it was even better than a small cave. As for this mountain that constantly absorbed spirit chi from all the mountain peaks, streams, and rivers outside the Jade Funerary sect's ancestral mountain, the reason why it was so special was that all the sect masters in the history of the Jade Funerary sect had once cultivated on this mountain. Sect Master Zun Yuan was one of them, and he only moved out after becoming the sect master. It was rumored that Jiang Shangzhen had ascended to the Golden Core realm back then, and the Joey Peak that he thought was within his reach became a cooked duck. The duck did not fly, and he actually ran out of chopsticks. As he did not successfully move into Joey Peak, in a fit of anger, Jiang Shangzhen said that if there was no place for him here, there would be a place for him to stay. He swaggered out of Tongye continent and directly went to the North continent to cause trouble, causing the entire Yugui clan's reputation in the North continent to be ruined. After Zun Yuan moved out of Joey Peak, before Wei Ying came up the mountain, Joey Peak had always been empty because Jiang Shangzhen did not become the peak master. This was because everyone knew that whoever could form their core and establish a peak here would be the best candidate for the next clan master. When Wei Ying was born, he was carried to Yugui clan when he was still an infant. Then, when he was 19 years old, he moved to Joey Peak under everyone's expectations. Then, Wei Ying liked to stand on Joey Peak from time to time and look up at the Divine Seal Peak, and he never concealed his gaze. Anyway, it was his next place of cultivation. As long as he did not do anything unnecessary during this period and cultivated in peace, it would be his sooner or later. There was nothing to hide. Today, Wei Ying stood in the corridor on the roof of a building and looked up at a certain place on the Divine Seal Peak. This time, it was different from the past. A slender young man stood beside Wei Ying. Unlike his father, the young man's appearance was ordinary. His eyebrows were very light, and he had a slightly powdery name. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes, which finally made him resemble his father a little. Jiang Heng. However, the genealogy of Yugui clan's ancestral hall and Jiang clan's genealogy had changed it to Jiang Beihai. However, those who were familiar with him were still used to calling him Jiang Heng. Whether or not he could be called Jiang Beihai Jiang Heng was also a kind of proof of whether he was considered promising among the younger generation of cultivators in Yugui clan. Because whether it was Jiang Heng or Jiang Beihai, they were both Jiang Shangzhen's only sons. If Wei Ying was definitely the next clan master of Yugui clan, then logically speaking, although Jiang Heng could not compare to Wei Ying, he should still be the next master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. However, in recent years, there were some rumors that in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Jiang Shangzhen, who had changed his name to Ju Fei, had another son. This made Jiang Heng feel uncomfortable all these years. Even if he was uncomfortable, he could only endure it. He did not even dare to reveal the slightest bit of his thoughts of sending people to infiltrate Lotus Flower Blessed Land and kill his younger brother. The reason was simple. The person Jiang Heng feared the most was his father, Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen's terror was known to all on the mountain and at the foot of Tongye clan. However, Jiang Heng's fear of his father was even deeper. Jiang Heng's mother, who was also the first daughter of an extremely senior ancestor of Yugui clan, knew her entire life that Jiang Shangzhen had never truly liked her. However, when she was alone with the young Jiang Heng, she would still reveal a happy and sincere expression. She would tell the young Jiang Heng that she was already very, very content to be able to stay by his father's side. And when she was about to pass away, Jiang Shangzhen sat beside the sickbed with a gentle expression. He gently held the withered woman's hand and did not say anything. Instead, it was Jiang Heng's mother who held Jiang Shangzhen's hand tightly. Then, she smiled and said something that made Jiang Heng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I secretly went to see that woman once. Her hair is white. Even when she was young, she shouldn't be considered good-looking. Jiang Heng, Jiang Heng. His name is Heng. I guessed your thoughts and fulfilled your wish. You didn't even say thank you to me. All these years, I've only been angry with you about this. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his other hand and patted the back of the woman's hand. He smiled softly and said, Then did you know that when you were secretly looking at her, I was secretly looking at you? You looked like you had won everything back then. You were so silly and beautiful. The woman nodded and left the world with a smile. Jiang Heng sat on a chair beside the bed and sobbed incessantly. Then, Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and said with a smile, You cried your mother to death. Do you want to cry your father to death too? This is not what a filial son should do. The child was so frightened that he kept quiet out of fear. He immediately sat up and did not move at all. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen said something that Jiang Heng could only firmly remember but did not understand at all. If you can't be yourself, learn to lie to yourself first. It's not that easy to be Jiang Shangzhen's son. However, putting aside the unforgettable fear of his father, Jiang Heng actually lived very well in Yugui clan. It could even be said that other than Wei Ying and a few others, no one else could compare to young Master Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Heng followed Wei Ying's line of sight and looked at the divine seal peak. He asked with a smile, "You can't forget that Sui Yu?" Wei Ying shook her head. "Yes and no. I still can't forget her, but it's not that I'm obsessed with her. What makes me angry the most is that she would rather die than come to Joey Peak as a guest." Wei Ying leaned against the railing and no longer looked at the divine seal peak. She looked at Jiang Heng and laughed softly. Uncle Jiang knows the thoughts of these women the best. Jiang Heng leaned against the railing, unwilling to talk about this topic. The matter of his name was a source of amusement for many old ancestors of Yugui clan. In addition, there was the matter of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Yugui clan had a seat in the ancestral hall. They could not win against his father in a battle of wits and strength, so they liked to vent their anger on him, Jiang Heng. Anyway, those people saw it more clearly. They all knew that Jiang Shangzhen never gave Jiang Heng any hope, let alone high hopes. Jiang Heng changed the topic. Looking at the situation at the Divine Seal Peak, the old sect master will definitely be able to reach the Ascendant Realm. Wei Ying smiled and nodded. So it's getting harder and harder for me to become the next sect master. Fortunately, Yugui clan can only have one sect master, but Tongyi continent can have 2 to 3 Ascendant Realms. I don't know which lucky person will become the third person. I think that Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain and the child who left Fuyao sect for the academy have a higher chance. Jiang Heng sincerely admired Wei Ying. She could say anything and dared to say anything. She was like this not after entering Joey Peak, but when she first started cultivating, she was already like this. Jiang Shangzhen never hid his admiration for Wei Ying. He said that his biological son was not like his son. Fortunately, there was Wei Ying, who was more like his son, living in Joey Peak. Yugui clan's situation was good now, and it was not limited to one continent. Other than the old sect master, Zun Yuan, who would reach the Ascendant Realm, Yugui clan's lower sect, Zhenjing sect, had completely gained a foothold in Book Lake of Aquarius continent. Then there was Tongyi sect, Taiping Mountain, and Fuyao sect. Now there was a saying in the sect that as long as Yugui clan wanted to go up north, even if the 3 sects formed an alliance, they would not be able to stop us. The land of one continent, the mountains, and the foot of the mountain, would be our vassal. Compared to the Dali dynasty of Aquarius continent, the land of one continent was a national territory, which was even more shocking. Yugui clan had been the second in Tongyi continent for thousands of years. Then, without doing anything, they became the leader of Tongyi sect. Moreover, after thousands of years, it seemed that even if Yugui clan continued to do nothing, they would still be able to sit firmly in the top position. The old sect master of Yugui clan, Zun Yuan, was probably smiling in his dreams. It was really Tongyi sect's 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and they could not blame others for taking joy in their misfortune. First, the Ascendant Realm ancestor, Du Maro, died inexplicably. Not only did he die, but he also implicated a small grotto heaven. Du Maro did not even leave behind all the fragments of the glazed golden body to his own sect. In addition, the Sword Immortal's attacks were too meticulous and far-reaching. It hurt the Dao hearts of almost all the cultivators of Tongyi sect, and there was only a difference in depth. Later, Yugui clan's Jiang Shangzhen held a banquet on the Sea of Clouds at the edge of Tongyi sect's territory. In the past, if Du Maro, the ancestor of Resurgence, was still alive, there was no need for Du Maro to personally make a move, and Jiang Shangzhen would have fled in a sorry state. Then, an ancestor of the upper 5 realms defected and took the sect's treasure with him to seek refuge with Yugui clan. In the end, he accompanied Jiang Shangzhen to the Aquarius continent to choose a lower sect and expand the territory together. However, there was no news of him in recent years, and it was said that he had gone into seclusion. Wei Ying suddenly said, "Previously, when we talked about Huang Ting, in my opinion, her fortune is a pity that she was detained in a continent. If the sword cultivators of Tongyi continent were less narrow-minded and were willing to walk the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if Tongyi continent was destined to not become the North Continent, they would have gathered the luck of one or two immortal realm sword immortals. If my words were effective, from today onwards, sword cultivators would go to the inverted mountain. The mountain is deep and the dew is heavy. Every time they go down the mountain, they can more or less return with the dew. The ants move, and the sword Dao luck of Tongyi continent accumulates year after year, and naturally, it will be abundant. Of course, these traveling sword cultivators must be kept in the dark, because only by being sincere can they succeed." Wei Ying said helplessly, "If she were to stay in Jade Gui sect, I would be willing to help her compete with Huang Ting on the sword Dao." Jiang Heng did not know if the so-called luck was figured out by Wei Ying herself, or if old sect Master Zun had revealed a heavenly secret. However, Jiang Heng naturally would not ask. There was no need to ask when he already knew. As for how the woman of unknown origins came to Jade Gui sect, and why Wei Ying thought highly of her, Jiang Heng did not care. Wei Ying finally said slowly, "Extreme misfortune leads to bliss, and when the moon is full, it will be a loss. It must be observed." Jiang Heng looked into the distance. Languid said with a smile, "I'm just a muddle-headed person waiting for death. The great cause will be left to Brother Ying to think of. An old horse by the side will fall asleep when the reins are untied. It definitely has no strength to beat a whip." Wei Ying smiled and used all her strength to look into the distance. What a gloomy atmosphere, thousands of graves. Jiang Heng heard these strange words and only subconsciously remembered them. Jiang Heng's thoughts drifted far away. In his early years, he traveled to inverted Hanging Mountain, Lady Gui of Osmanthus Island, the sword above the clouds from Old Dragon City, the plum blossom garden on inverted Hanging Mountain. Jiang Heng was originally determined to have the first cross-continent ferry in Tongyi continent. It could be considered as opening up a new source of income for the Jiang clan. The money was not much, but there was a gimmick. No matter what, he should make that man who seemed to be forever shrouded in clouds and mist look at his son seriously for once. In the end, everything did not go smoothly. Not only did this secret matter not succeed, but not long after arriving at inverted Hanging Mountain and returning to Jade Gui sect, that extremely disgusting rumor spread. He, Jiang Heng, had only just returned home from a long trip, and inexplicably had a younger brother. Today, Jiang Heng left Joey Peak and returned to his own residence. It was still the old residence that his mother had lived in. Jiang Heng sat on the threshold of a room and turned his head to look at the empty interior. He choked with sobs and said, "Mother, Father lied to you. At that time, Father was still in Cloud Cave Blessed Land. How did he see you? Do you know?" Finally, Jiang Heng raised his head and muttered, "Mother, you're so intelligent, so how could you not know? You've been like this all your life. The most important thing in your heart is that heartless bastard. Mother, wait for me. One day, I'll make him apologize to you personally. I'll definitely do it. From that day onwards, I'll no longer be Jiang Heng. I'll be called Jiang Beihai." Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice that made Jiang Heng fear to the bone sounded not far away. "Good son, it's not filial to speak of your father like that. You'll die." Jiang Heng's entire body tensed up. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the smiling man. The man sighed and said, "It's not easy for you to return home, but you're complaining to your eldest son. Fortunately, I'm heartless and have a heart of stone. Otherwise, my Dao heart would have exploded and dropped several realms." Jiang Heng staggered to his feet, his face ashen. The man looked at Jiang Heng. After a moment, he nodded with a smile and said, "You're a little stupid. After all, you take after your mother. However, you're still a human. It's actually a good thing that you take after her. Very good. However, you still have to follow the family rules. I won't bicker with you today. You've grown up, and as your father, I haven't taught you anything, so I can't scold you. In the future, you just have to remember one thing. If the father is not kind, the son must be filial. Then, strive to be respectful to your brothers. No one can make me worry. Jiang Heng, whose mind was a mess, could only nod woodenly. Jiang Shangzhen turned around and left. He clicked his tongue and said, "How did I give birth to such an ugly child like you? Just looking at you makes me feel bad. You've let your parents down. If you see me again in the future, lower your head and speak to me." Only then did Jiang Heng dare to wipe the sweat and tears off his face. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. If the man's words today were heard by outsiders, they would only pity Jiang Heng's situation. But in fact, compared with the words that the man had said in the past, it was already considered good words. After Jiang Shangzhen left the mansion, he went directly to the ancestral hall of the Shenzhuan Peak to welcome the old sect master who had successfully reached the Ascendant Realm. In fact, Wei Ying should have a seat in this ancestral hall regardless of realm or status, and her position would definitely not be at the back. It was just that Joey Peak was too special, so there was no seat. The rigid rules passed down by the ancestors were unreasonable. And the rules of the ancestors had always been greater than the sky. After entering the door, Jiang Shangzhen, whose mood had been spoiled by Jiang Heng, immediately felt better. He liked these old Wang Zhongs. In fact, it was not the beautiful words that even the immortals on the mountain were envious of, but only the first 3 words. The Yu family is poor. If there were immortals who had nothing better to do, they would choose to set off from Luhua Island and then go straight east to Tongye continent, and they would land near the Fusho sect. The ancestral mountain of the Fusho sect was called Chueshang, and it was surrounded by clouds all year round. In the past, it was as famous as Taiping Mountain, which was also located in the central part of Tongye continent, but it was roughly one in the west and one in the east. It was similar to the north-south confrontation of Tongye sect and Yugui sect. The Fusho sect was proficient in immortal questions and answers, but although it was a Taoist immortal mansion, it was not among the 3 branches of the Beko Keikyang building in the Qingming world. It was similar to the Mount Longhu in the central divine continent or the Dashuan temple in the Qingming world. It was just that before the great change that almost affected the entire Tongye continent, Fusho sect was still slightly better than Taiping Mountain in terms of reputation. The 2 sides had accumulated hatred for a long time. After 2 great demons caused trouble, one severely damaged Fusho sect, and the other greatly damaged Taiping Mountain's vitality. Taiping Mountain and Fusho sect, who had gone through thick and thin together, naturally abandoned their former hatred and became allies. The cultivators of both sides went down the mountain and fought side by side for many years. Now, their relationship was much better. In the middle of the night, a young man and woman ascended the Fusho sect, which had been sealed off for many years. Before the mountain was sealed off, Fusho sect had moved the Yelling Heavens Street halfway up the mountain to the foot of the mountain. This unusually bustling street had become a sad place for the sect master of Fusho sect, Ji Hai. This was because if he looked at it, he would be reminded of his Dao companion who had personally built this street. On the Yelling Heavens Street, a young man in a scholarly robe bought some small items. As long as the price was more than 10 snowflakes, he would not buy anything. Beside the man was an extremely beautiful woman with a sword on her back. However, no one dared to cause trouble. The reason was very simple. The sword she carried was the style of Taiping Mountain's sword. And there was only one such beautiful woman of Taiping Mountain. She was the nascent soul sword immortal with great fortune, Huang Ting. One had to know that in the past, even He Xiaoyong of the Aquarius Continent's Divine Grandeur sect and the current sect master of the North Continent's Cooling sect were only known as Huang Ting's second in terms of fortune. And beside Huang Ting, the scholar who looked like a down-and-out scholar was Zhong Kuei, who had lost his identity as a Confucian gentleman. As an accountant, Chen Pinggan was the first to learn from Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei walked sideways and said with a smile, "I'm neither human nor ghost. Although I've lost my identity as a Confucian scholar, I'm still not a direct disciple of the Fusho sect. If I want to learn the unique secret technique from Sect Master Ji, I don't think it's possible to rely on my master's face. I'm Chen Pinggan's best friend. Since you're also close to Chen Pinggan, then the 2 of us are even closer. If you don't help me say a few words, it won't make sense." Huang Ting had just returned from her travels in the North Continent and was unable to break through the nascent soul bottleneck in one go. After returning to Taiping Mountain, she said she was going into seclusion, but in reality, she was too lazy to see anyone. On her way back from the south, when she passed by the Aquarius continent, she even made a trip to the Dali dynasty. She wanted to see that ugly little girl, Charcoal, and see how her sword and saber techniques were progressing. Unexpectedly, the little girl was not on the mountain. Instead, there were two fellows with bad eyesight who cordially asked her to stay. The older one wanted to trick her into becoming a consecrator, while the other one was just short of drooling. He was no different from a street scoundrel. Huang Ting was not in the mood to joke with Zhong Kuei. This time, it was the mountain master who had chased her out, so she had no choice but to accompany Zhong Kuei on this trip to Chuang Mountain. Therefore, she talked about serious matters. I have the mountain master's secret letter, so I should be able to help. I don't care about anything else. If Ji Hai doesn't agree, I can't do anything. You're on your own. Zhong Kuei was very worried. Huang Ting could not understand. This was a serious matter, so she should have paid more attention to it. How could she only take it seriously after arriving at Chuang Mountain? Previously at the foot of the mountain, this Zhong Kuei, who was once a gentleman of the academy, was very good at bargaining. He was the type who did not care about his reputation at all. Huang Ting had also been to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain, but she still felt inferior. However, Huang Ting did not like to pay attention to Zhong Kuei. It was another matter that she had a good impression of him. During the Battle of Taiping Mountain, if Zhong Kuei had not predicted the enemy's move and turned the tide, Huang Ting, who felt guilty towards her sect, would have died of depression. Along the way, Zhong Kuei walked and stopped. He would chat with the water ghosts and water immortals by the rivers and lakes for a long time. He would chat with the wild ghosts wandering in the tombs about trivial matters of the past. Huang Ting let him be. He was not in a hurry, and she was not in a hurry either. At that time, Zhong Kuei was still in the right. After bidding farewell to that ghostly old man who almost burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers, he said to Huang Ting, "The old don't talk about the past, the young don't know the rules." It was Chen Pinggan who told me that. Huang Ting, who had been silent for a long time, retorted. Would Chen Pinggan also nag at others? Zhong Kuei complained to her. You sword immortals, kill with your sword. Talk with your sword and hurt my feelings. The two of them slowly climbed up the mountain. Ji Hai did not appear for a long time, which was not a good sign. Although the two of them were not great figures from the Tongya continent, Ji Hai had always been polite and considerate. He was not the kind of senior who liked to put on airs. Huang Ting was never one to belittle herself. Even if she was the only one visiting the Fusho sect, Ji Hai should have appeared at the top of the mountain steps, even if he did not go to the mountain gate to welcome her. Zhong Kuei was still not in a hurry. He said, I heard that Liu Jinglong from the North Continent, who fought with you at Julie Mountain, is not only a sword immortal, but also a sword immortal in the last 3 rounds. Huang Ting nodded and said, What's so strange about that sissy becoming a sword immortal? I am at the nascent soul realm, and the bottleneck is much higher. Therefore, I am slower than him. A cultivator does not make a difference in a few years. Compared to the two who are ranked higher, Lin Su and Xu Xian, I am more optimistic about Liu Jinglong's achievements in the Great Tao. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Zhong Kuei's interest was piqued. He quietly asked, during this trip to the North Continent, no one fell in love with you at first sight? Huang Ting was not afraid of such things. Yes, quite a few. In the Ghost Valley of the Skeleton Beach, there is a cultivator from the Linen sect. He is quite a nice person. I even wanted to introduce junior sister to him. Zhong Kuei wailed, Is there anything in the world that makes a man feel that the world is falling apart and that he has nothing to live for more than a woman telling a man that he is a good person? Miss Huang, Fairy Huang, please don't say such things in the future. Even being a mute is better than this. Huang Ting could not be bothered to speak again. Zhong Kuei looked to the west. The Chueshang mountain faced the sea. Zhong Kuei muttered to himself, I really want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to take a look. So won't let me. Huang Ting glanced at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and said, I am not you. I am that sword cultivator who follows his heart. Scholars have many rules. Huang Ting smiled and said, you don't even have the title of a gentleman anymore. You are no longer a Confucian disciple, yet you are still clinging to your identity as a scholar. You are really clinging to it. Zhong Kuei was very good at joking. He did not care even if someone was rubbing salt into his wound. Zhong Kuei tugged at his collar and shook his sleeves. When a scholar's interests are damaged, if he can still maintain a normal heart, he is considered to have achieved a small success in self-cultivation. If he can't do it, he is being sanctimonious. Now, I have the aura of righteousness. Back then, that brat Chen Pinggan was intimidated by my noble spirit. He was so impressed that he prostrated himself before me. He shamelessly wanted to cut off my head, but I didn't agree. I thought that he didn't have enough ink in his stomach to write poems. Huang Ting said, I am not blind. I can't tell. Zhong Kuei looked up at the peak of Chuishang Mountain and felt a little sad. It was said that in the early years, there was an expert who passed by this place and gave Ji Hai an inauspicious prophecy. When the sun rises and carries firewood, it is difficult to put on a coat after the rain. When the hands are not firm, it is difficult for the beauties of the world to stay. Zhong Kuei did not believe in fate. Even if he was also a person with a prophecy. Zhong Kuei did not like it. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to accept his fate. This made Zhong Kuei even more worried. He did not know who would write the couplets for Zhonyang's In Business without him as the pillar of the bookkeeper. However, it was said that the beautiful lady from the Great Spring dynasty called Yarrow Jinji was very skilled. She also had the nursery rhymes and prophesies. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Thinking of this, Zhong Kuei suddenly turned his head and said, Miss Huang, Taiping Mountain is not peaceful yet. You gave it such a good name but did not take any responsibility. Now that the world is so chaotic, shouldn't you be blamed? Huang Ting laughed and said, looking for a chop. Zhong Kuei smiled mischievously and said, if Miss Sword Immortal can chop a dead person like me back to life, you can chop me up. Huang Ting restrained her expression and asked softly, you don't blame fate? Zhong Kuei shook his head and said, it is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. It is the same with life and death. After Du Mao's rise, the Tongyi sect had never been in such a difficult situation. If it weren't for the fact that the sect master had sacrificed the great Tao to reach the peak and used unorthodox methods to break through the bottleneck and become an immortal realm sword cultivator, coupled with the fact that the great protective formation, the Wutong heavenly umbrella, was still there, the Tongleaves sect would have had an even harder time in the past few years. The forefather of justice defected with the treasure, causing the people's hearts to be unstable and the offerings to be scattered. The huge Tongyi sect still had its territory, but it did not have enough people. It was not that the Tongyi sect did not have any potential cultivators. On the contrary, there were many of them with excellent potential. It was just that most of them had yet to truly mature. As for the Tongyi sect's domineering behavior in the past few thousand years, it was a matter of course. The other immortal sects, from top to bottom, were used to it and would even take the initiative to help the Tongyi sect accumulate resources in exchange for a little incense. It could be that the earth immortals of the Tongyi sect came to their sect as guests and showed up to participate in a certain mountaintop ceremony to help support the sect. Or the young cultivators of the Tongyi sect who came down the mountain to train could bring their own cultivators along. They could be beaten or scolded at will, but it was fine as long as they did not accidentally break the Great Tao Longevity Bridge. If they were really careless, the Tongyi sect would be willing to compensate some money after the event. Or they could have a place in the Tongyi sect's peak opening ceremony. They did not expect to have a place in the Mountain of Ancestors. They only needed to look at the big shots of the Tongyi sect from a distance from other peaks and then return to their respective mountains. This was a very effective banner made of tiger skin. However, this was something that everyone within and outside the Tongyi sect was extremely used to. Now, it had become the area where the Tongyi sect was most criticized. Not only was it criticized, many of their small actions were becoming more and more overboard. Some sects that were slightly further away from the Tongyi sect and had a deep enough foundation were just short of openly poaching the Tongyi sect. Many of the Tongyi sect's last-level offerings were quickly divided up. Therefore, even though the master of the Tongyi sect had ascended to the immortal realm, he still felt extremely exhausted. Those mountain and river deities that were originally prostrating themselves at the foot of the Tongyi sect also secretly formed an alliance. They even had the guts to start bargaining with the Tongyi sect. Many of the kingdoms below the mountain that would have taken the initiative to hand over cultivation embryos to the Tongyi sect also had some other thoughts. They would take the longer route and first bring their children to the Fuyao sect or Taiping Mountain to see if the immortal masters there were interested in them. If one were to judge the matter as it was not that the Tongyi sect had not done many things that could not be found fault with. It was not that they had not done favors to others time and time again. A sect's rain and dew, whose favor extended to the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, was definitely not just a compliment. Unfortunately, none of the cultivators on the Tongyi sect's mountain were willing to talk about this. A man in a purple robe stood on the riverbank of a sect's territory. This was once a place where sword immortals stayed for a short period of time. The man was the first to be resentful and angry at this person's sword. However, as time passed, all kinds of unforeseen events suddenly occurred. It seemed that there were no signs, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the roots of the disaster had already spread. In the past, the Tongyi sect relied too much on the realm of the ancestor of resurgence. And that ancestor of resurgence liked to rely too much on his realm to crush the heroes. Subordinates followed the example of superiors. The entire sect was generally like this. A stable world, on the whole, was definitely not a bad thing. It was a kind of atmosphere that no one could compete with, a magnificent sect. If trouble outside the mountain could be solved with realm and magic weapons, then they would act first and report later. If that did not work, then they would use the name of the Tongyi sect to solve it. If that did not work, then they would return to the sect and ask for help from the seniors. The 3 axes landed on the ground, and it worked every time. Those who were not tactful would have their heads rolling on the ground. Those who were tactful would apologize and kowtow outside the mountain gate. It was not that the Tongyi sect did not have any unique points in the thousands of years. It was just that these minor details were icing on the cake, and it seemed that they could not withstand too big of a storm. When the ancestor of resurgence left, coupled with Du Mao's ruthless action of not hesitating to destroy a small grotto heaven in order to survive, not to mention those inexperienced honorary masters, and not to mention those young and simple-minded direct disciples of the ancestral hall, even this man, as the sect master, would feel bitterly disappointed. Even if they were to change positions, he believed that he would definitely make the same choice as Du Mao. Beside the man, a timid young woman came. The man turned his head and asked with a smile, "How is the recovery of his sword heart?" The Tongyi sect recognized the sword immortal embryo and received a long sword personally bestowed by the ancestor Du Mao. However, after a few words, his sword heart was almost broken. The young woman, who had just shed her innocence, said happily, reporting to the sect master, "Senior brother's sword heart has almost recovered. Once it is perfected again, there is hope that he can immediately break through the realm." Although the man was mentally and physically exhausted, and had already lost the possibility of his own future, as long as he saw these young faces, these future pillars of the Tongyi sect's resurgence, the man would be able to recover some of his spirit. The man smiled and said, "These years, you have worked hard. Many of the responsibilities that originally belonged to you as a teacher have fallen on your shoulders. In the early years, the only flaw that the ancestral hall unanimously agreed on was that the child in front of him was too timid. He did not expect that in the path of peace, the heart of cultivation and the words and actions of leaving the mountain would be as soft as her voice and appearance. He also did not expect the bleak situation of today. Instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more tenacious, and this tenacity was not seen in the young people of the Tongyi sect in the past. Of course, it was also related to the sect's smooth sailing in the past. She shook her head vigorously and summoned the courage to say loudly, reporting to the sect master, "It is very good to cultivate and cultivate the heart. It is not hard at all, Don't worry, sect master. The purple-robed sword immortal smiled. It was very good. This girl even dared to speak loudly in front of others. He left on his sword. Before he left, he said to her, "Our Tongyi sect has hope. I believe in you, you must also believe in yourselves." Only the young woman was left by the river. When the sect master's figure was far away and should have reached the ancestral mountain, she sat by the river and stared blankly. She did not know how the most unreasonable sword immortal in the world would reason with the wilderness after reaching the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She threw a stone into the river and secretly cursed that person in her heart. Aquarius Continent, Old Dragon City. Vassal King's Mansion. Song Jisin, or rather the Song clan's vassal king Song Mu, was extremely vexed today, and decided to hide for some peace and quiet, and lay on a bench in a corridor. All sorts of people from all walks of life, all of them sharpened their heads and wanted to enter the vassal king's mansion. Song Jisin felt more and more that he lacked a few people by his side that he could order around without worry. As long as their brains were good and their cultivation level was high enough, Song Jisin did not care about their background. However, Song Jisin was the one who chose the former. Otherwise, the Fu family's hints, the Yun Linjiang clan's hidden meaning, and even the Zhengyang Mountain, Clearwind City's Shu clan's various people, all of their words and actions made Song Jisin feel vexed. The key was that there were many people who had the qualifications to enter the mansion, and Song Jisin could not neglect them. In the past, he did not feel that it was difficult to talk to people, and now he did not feel that it was too difficult, but he felt that he was really tired. In the end, even though Song Jisin had been the vassal king of Dali for several years, he still did not feel that he was really the vassal king of half the continent. Even Yuanying stage cultivators and even upper five realms cultivators had to treat him with respect. Even the Dali generals, as well as the disciples of the Shangzhou country who traveled south to Old Dragon City, when they spoke to him, they had to weigh their words and tone. Song Jisin was still not used to it. It was like a dream. However, the thing that made Song Jisin feel the most unhappy was something that seemed very small. The servant girl by his side, Ji Qiu, who had depended on him for so many years, seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Song Jisin seemed to be more and more unable to understand her. In fact, Ji Qiu did not say anything unreasonable, and she did not even look at him. But Song Jisin could perceive the strange atmosphere between the vassal king's mansion and the Fu family's mansion in Old Dragon City. Song Jisin did not want to ask her, he wanted her to tell him. One did not take the initiative to ask, and the other did not take the initiative to say. Song Jisin lay on the bench, planning to not think about anything, and take a nap. At least he should take a nap. He murmured, "It can't be that this is a superficial unity. It can't be." Song Jisin suddenly got up and sat upright. Because a man in a white robe sat down beside him. Imperial Uncle Song Jianqiang. Song Jianqiang, a martial artist of the 10th realm. Song Jianqiang said indifferently, "You feel that it's hard?" Song Jisin nodded. "I didn't delay anything, I can't guarantee that I did it well, but I definitely didn't make any big mistakes." Imperial Uncle, please rest assured. If you scold me, I will listen carefully, and I will correct my mistakes. Song Jianqiang sneered. "If scolding you is useful, I can scold you to death." Song Jisin felt a suffocating pressure, and he started to have difficulty breathing. But in fact, Song Jianqiang did not do anything, he just said a harsh sentence. Song Jianqiang said, "Martial Mountain's Ma Kushuan will come here to work in the future." Song Jisin's face was gloomy. That little bastard in Apricot Blossom Lane who liked to pretend to be stupid since he was young, Song Jisin rarely hated someone so much. Song Jianqiang got up and prepared to leave. He looked at Song Jisin. "I can promise you one thing, for example, if you want to kill Ma Kushuan, tell me. But you only have one chance. I may not agree to many of your requests, such as killing His Majesty and letting you sit on the dragon throne. As for whether you want to waste this chance on Ma Kushuan, it's up to you." Song Jisin stood up. "I will remember." The dragon platform by the seaside outside Old Dragon City was now a forbidden area of forbidden areas. It was a ban personally issued by the vassal king Song Mu. Therefore, there were very few people who could go there to enjoy the scenery. If they were Qi refinement warriors, they had to be at least nascent soul. The person who went there the most was actually a servant girl of the vassal king's mansion. However, that girl's appearance was really not vulgar. It was said that she was a mortal girl, but she was actually more beautiful than the female cultivators. Today, she was standing alone on the dragon platform, standing at the highest point. Looking around, there was no one spying. The Fu family's golden core consecrator, who was originally near the dragon platform, had already moved to another place. Now that she was in Old Dragon City, if even she could not detect any signs, then there was definitely no one using that trashy divine ability to view the mountains and rivers. Her golden eyes glowed with a mysterious light. She was wearing the Fu family's ancestral dragon robe that had refined all the clouds. Now in the Aquarius continent, she wasn't someone who could be killed just because she wanted to. Instead, other than the number of people who could be counted on two hands, she could kill whoever she wanted. However, this insignificant cultivation base was still meaningless. Just Fan Junmaro, who had become Great Mountain Lord Nanyu, still made her feel restrained. And Fan Juanmao's breakthrough speed in the future would also be very fast. GQ lowered her head. It was a four-legged snake with horns on its forehead, obediently lying by her feet. She lifted her foot and stomped down heavily. That four-legged snake pitiful thing did not dare to escape, it could only shake its tail to show its pitifulness. It actually caused the entire dragon platform to shake. She said angrily, "Can you live by shaking your tail and begging? You are living worse than that bumpkin who wants to hide while crying." She instantly increased her strength, and stomped the four-legged snake into the ground. GQ retracted her foot, and turned to look at the distant south, at the blurry sky. The person who could control her was dead. What a pitiful death. The other person could also control her, but he never knew the truth. What a joke. In the night. Old Dragon City's Fan family's ferry, Osmanthus Island. Madame Gui and her only disciple Jin Su sat in an elegant and quiet residence. Jin Su smiled. "Master, this is not the Mid-Autumn Festival, why are we eating mooncakes?" Madame Gui held a mooncake in one hand and held it in the other. After chewing slowly, she said gently, "I just want to." Only in front of her master would Jin Su be a little mischievous and cute. She stretched her legs, intertwined her fingers, and stretched. Then, she looked up. The ancestral Osmanthus tree on the island was very tall, and the moon seemed to be hanging on the branches. Madame Gui took a bite of the mooncake and teased, "Do you still like Sun Jiashu and not Fan-er?" Jin Su blushed slightly and complained, "Master, this is such a spoil sport, it's inappropriate, very inappropriate." Madame Gui smiled, Okay, I'll apologize to you." Jin Su continued to look up at the beautiful scenery that resembled a moon and an Osmanthus tree. She casually asked, "Master, I heard that every world has a moon. There are even 3 in the wilderness. In addition, there are so many grotto heavens and blessed lands. Which one is real? Or are all of them real? Everyone is everywhere, everyone can raise their head and look at the bright moon." Madame Gui smiled, "The real moon is probably in the heart." "Moon in the middle of the moon." Jin Su sighed, "If only it could be like this forever, it would be great." Madame Gui smiled, "The moon can be waxing and waning, but it is only in people's eyes, the moon in their heart, it will not be like this. But which one is better? There has never been an accurate answer." Madame Gui, who was not very beautiful but had a graceful temperament, looked up at the moon in the sky. She was used to looking at the human world from the moon, but it was not bad to look at the moon from the human world. The reopening of the Qingluan country's transportation was finally successful. All the yamen and officials who handled this matter were very satisfied. In fact, no one was optimistic about this matter at first, because it was difficult to do, and it was easy to offend people, and it was easy to cause endless trouble. If one was not careful, the official's robe would be covered in mud, and it could not be washed off. Therefore, at the very beginning, there were only 2 doctors from the Ministry of Works who were transferred out of the capital. There was also a provincial governor who was in charge of a certain section of the main road of the transportation. These 3 were the ones with the highest official titles. There was also Liu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the county magistrate to the transportation supervisor. But as everything went smoothly, the officials in charge of the government became more and more important. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works fought to leave the capital and go to the place where mosquitoes and flies covered the sun and leeches crawled all over the feet to suffer in the transportation. Half a year later, the Minister of the Ministry of Works took the lead personally. It was said that he did everything by himself, and in the end, he worked hard and finally reopened the transportation. When he returned to the capital, the noble minister only brought back a one mean umbrella. His Majesty was very happy, and there were many people who were promoted. Those who originally had a high rank were rewarded with some imperial items. Of course, only Liu Qingfeng, who was tactful enough to hide behind the scenes, didn't get much benefit. In fact, the three officials who had worked with Liu Qingfeng for a long time felt a little uncomfortable. However, the three officials who had worked with Liu Qingfeng day and night for a long time finally thought of something and didn't say anything more in the memorial. As for why Liu Qingfeng did this, the three officials who had been promoted still couldn't figure it out until now. Logically speaking, an official whose name had been removed from the family tree and whose reputation was extremely disreputable had finally made a real contribution. How could he not want what he deserved? Ordinary people would beg for what they did not deserve. This Liu Qingfeng, on the other hand, was skinny and looked like an old farmer in the village. Not to mention, almost all the details and trends of the transportation were his credit. In the end, he was the one who did not get promoted and got rich, and he was only transferred from the transportation supervisor to the provincial governor. Today, Liu Qingfeng was on the way to a remote county in Qingwan country to take up his post. He rode in a carriage, and the coachman was Wang Yifu, who used to be a county lieutenant. Liu Mang, who used to be a page boy since he was young, sat beside this burly man. His teacher sat in the back of the carriage, reading. The road was bumpy, and reading was the most tiring thing. However, every time Liu Mang could not help but lift the curtain to remind him, his master always said that he would stop reading after a while. In the end, Liu Mang gave up. Along the way, old master didn't look at the books of the saints. He only looked through and organized all the official roads of Qingwan country. He even collected a large pile of geographical maps. From the messy local county records, he picked out all the records related to the roads. No matter how big or small the road was, whether it was abandoned or not, he circled and copied them. Liu Mang felt that he would probably never know what his master was thinking. Liu Mang and Wang Yifu had a good relationship. Even though he was a county lieutenant, he was still willing to follow his master to the transportation canal. He did not get promoted, and he was loyal. Therefore, Liu Mang still liked to call this man County Lieutenant Wang. Wang Yifu did not say anything. Liu Mang, who had always been Liu Qingfeng's page boy, was the first to leave the lion's garden with Liu Qingfeng. First, they traveled around to study. Then, they went to the capital to take the exam. Later, they went to the county government. Now, he was still a teenager, but he was not that young anymore. Regarding this matter, the teenager would be very happy today, but he might be sad in the future. However, there was one thing that made him sad now. His master was still young, far from 40 years old, but there was already frost on his temples. What made Liu Mang sad was that his master's appearance now was not at all like the elegant scholar in green robes of the past. At dusk, the carriage arrived at a post house. After handing in the customs and official documents, the three of them rested for the night. The post house official did not realize that the man surnamed Liu was an official. Instead, the silent retainer of the coachman was more like an official. Because he felt that Liu Qingfeng's official position was neither high nor low, he arranged 2 rooms for the 3 of them. It was neither good nor bad. After dinner, Liu Qingfeng lit the lamp and began to read. He also took out a pen and ink. Wang Yifu sat aside and said with a smile, "Mr. Liu, no matter what, even if it's just to read without hurting your eyes, you should try to cultivate. You don't have to save this little immortal money for Dali. Anyway, the Dali Imperial Court will only make more money." Liu Qingfeng put down the book and shook his head, "Forget it. I know how good my cultivation aptitude is." Today was the second time Wang Yifu mentioned this matter. Liu Qingfeng still refused, so Wang Yifu would not say anything more. Liu Qingfeng opened the book, which was rare. He could not help but keep reading. Instead, he closed the book and wiped his eyes with his hand. "Drink some wine?" Wang Yifu was surprised and said with a smile, "In terms of knowledge and governance, 100 Wang Yifu are not as good as Mr. Liu. But when it comes to drinking, it's the other way around." Liu Qingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You're cursing without drinking." Wang Yifu in front of him. He was the powerful general of the Liu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was the cornerstone of the country. And the Dali dynasty was only one of the vassals of the Liu dynasty in its earliest days. Liu Suo brought over the wine bowls. They were all wine from the marketplace. They could afford it and the taste was not bad. Liu Suo helped the two pour wine, then looked at the two sitting motionless masters and County Lieutenant Wang. He wondered, "Aren't we drinking wine? There are no side dishes, unless I can call those officials at the relay station who look askance at people." Liu Qingfeng smiled. "The real face is not to open the banquet until you're here. If you don't sit down, County Lieutenant Wang and I will not dare to take the wine bowls." Liu Suo laughed and sat down. His master, when he made a joke, it was very interesting. It was a pity that he did not do it often. Liu Suo could not hold his liquor and did not like drinking. Moreover, he did not dare to drink too much. He had to watch over his master. If County Lieutenant Wang kept urging him to drink, he had to stop him. Fortunately, his master drank slowly and County Lieutenant Wang never urged him to drink. This made the young man feel relieved. When he was happy, Liu Suo drank a little too much. Wang Yifu put down the wine bowl. "Mr. Liu, I've always been curious about how you view the mountain." Liu Qingfeng took a sip of wine and said slowly, "It doesn't matter how I view the mountain. The boundary between the foot of the mountain and the foot of the mountain is not as big as we think. At the foot of the mountain, people die early. On the mountain, people live longer." Wang Yifu asked, "Mr. Liu, you don't talk about immortal spells? Isn't the difference more obvious than the length of your life?" Liu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. "I'm a scholar. When I fought with a soldier on the battlefield, I was killed by 1 or 2 slashes. County Lieutenant Wang, do you think the difference between the two sides is big?" Wang Yifu nodded. "So in Mr. Liu's opinion, those who cultivate on the mountain only have bigger fists. That's all." Liu Qingfeng stopped drinking. The rich and the people on the mountain, especially the former who are as rich as a country, and the latter who have attained the Tao, have both received great kindness from heaven and earth. They don't have to worry about their lives, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Then they should open their wallets and return some of their wealth. It's not that I want everyone to learn from those moral sages. That's not the case. It's just that if you do so, you'll be giving away small money and welcoming big money in. In the end, it's still about making money and getting more benefits." Liu Qingfeng continued, "Indulging those who break the rules is the greatest harm to those who follow the rules." Speaking of this, Liu Qingfeng turned to look at the half-drunk young man, Liu Suo, and asked with a smile, "Then how can we be sure that the rules we set are definitely good and right?" "Master, you think about these yourself. If I don't think about it, I can't think of the answer." Liu Suo shook his head and grinned, "But master, you should think less. Otherwise, I'll be tired too." Liu Qingfeng waved his hand and said helplessly, "Just continue drinking, you don't have to think about anything." Wang Yifu raised his wine bowl and toasted Liu Qingfeng. Liu Qingfeng also raised his bowl. "I'll do what I can, I won't be courteous with County Magistrate Wang." After that, Liu Suo fell asleep on the table. It was rare for Wang Yifu to chat with Mr. Liu for such a long time, and to be so casual. Mr. Liu talked about the big things in Wang Yifu's eyes. His expression was calm and he was extremely calm. Only when he talked about a small matter that Wang Yifu had never thought about. Liu Qingfeng actually drank a big mouthful of wine for the first time. He was really drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Everywhere in the Aquarius continent, the disappearance of dialects is heartbreaking. Many big and small, even if they are extremely fragmented, as long as the books are still circulating, there will always be a chance to remedy it. But those dialects that are related to many customs, if they are gone, they are completely gone. Liu Qingfeng finally looked at the window in a daze. The window was closed, the scholar could not see the moon outside. Whether it was brighter than yesterday, or dimmer than tomorrow, he did not know. Xu Yuanxia returned to her hometown and opened a martial arts school. However, the owner of the school liked to close the door and secretly write books. She also cleaned the servants' rooms. When she peeked in, it became a joke that was neither big nor small. Although the bearded man was old, his appearance was really not presentable. But there were still many girls who were willing to marry him. After all, it was obvious that he was a master who did not lack money. The key point was that this old man was popular in all aspects. He could chat with the local Jianghu gangs, the county magistrate, the officers in the county governor's mansion in the same city, and the scholars and scholars. An old bachelor. As long as his wallet was full, it would be difficult to be a bachelor. In the mountains around the city, a group of immortals came, occupying a secluded mountain with beautiful scenery. Very quickly, the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Soon, the common people swarmed there. At the foot of the mountain, some kowtowed to the immortals, and some begged the immortals to help solve the disaster, but they were all rejected. Then, when an immortal on the mountain was wandering outside the mountain, he fell in love with a girl who was a cultivator. She was originally the most common girl in the county, but she was unwilling. She wanted to marry her childhood sweetheart and live a stable life. The young man she liked happened to be learning martial arts in Xu Yuanxia's martial arts dojo, and he was temporarily regarded as an outer disciple. However, Xu Yuanxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He went to the mountains and used reason and the saber on his waist to persuade the group of Qi cultivators. They did not want to use force and they had to make a deal where both parties were willing. Those cultivators were not in a high state and they were reasonable and amiable. Hence, they agreed to it. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuanxia's martial arts dojo soon brought a large group of relatives to the girl's parents, who made a mess and wailed. Especially the old woman. She cried until she fainted and almost couldn't breathe. Later on, the girl changed her mind. Regardless of whether she was persuaded by her parents or her relatives, she agreed to go to the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques. Thus, Xu Yuanxia was put in an awkward situation. But Xu Yuanxia didn't think much of it as she had been in the Jianghu. That pair of man and woman, before they parted, had just made a promise to each other. After both of them had thought it through, they would still be full of longing for the future. One learned martial arts, became a Jianghu hero, and opened his own sect. The other learned immortal techniques on the mountain, and they could even help each other in the future. But in less than a year, she came less often. After another year, she didn't come anymore. Even if the man went to look for her, he couldn't go up the mountain, let alone see her. The young man who didn't drink in the past started to drink to drown his sorrows. Xu Yuanxia could only sigh at this. It was true that the girl was a cultivator. One time, she followed her master and senior brother, and she could fly across the sky of the county. She was willing to travel to the famous mountains and learn flying cinnabar. At that time, it was sunset. The young man looked up, and his face was full of tears. Xu Yuanxia couldn't persuade him. That night, Xu Yuanxia lay on the roof, sitting and drinking. He missed his two Jianghu friends who were younger than him. The silly and smart Zhong Shanfeng. The always thoughtful Chen Pinggan. He didn't know how many bottles of wine he would have to drink the next time the three of them met. The world was full of strange things. Xu Yuanxia only hoped that his two friends could cross the mountains and cross the rivers smoothly. The bearded man tilted his head and rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, he was the most handsome among the three of them after shaving. In an alley in Yunlu City, Bookslip Lake. There were two people who lived opposite the door, one old and one young. A young man and a child with a snot all year round squatted in the courtyard. They were roasting corn and breaking it in half. The young man handed half to the child. The child was anxious and didn't take it. "Jiyu, why should I eat the small half? You're old, can't you give in to me? Do you still want to be my brother-in-law?" Jiyu smiled and said, "I've never eaten the small half of the corn in my life. I've always eaten the big half. I'm familiar with you, but I can't make an exception." The child glanced at Ji Kan. It didn't seem like he was joking. He should stop while he was ahead. Anyway, the corn was Ji Kan's, and he didn't spend a single copper coin. The child gnawed on the corn and asked vaguely, "You're so rich. Do you often eat roasted corn?" Ji Kan nodded and said, "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I'm so hungry that I even eat dirt." The child rolled his eyes and said, "You're always talking nonsense. No girl will like you." The child did not know that the person in front of him, who could still be considered a decent person and was barely worthy of his sister, was once the great demon Jiu of Book Lake. After he stopped for a while, he quickly became a local tyrant of Book Lake that could not be underestimated. It could even be said that the current Jiu Kan was walking on a steady path. He was doing well in all aspects of human relations and making connections, but everything was happening behind the scenes. The former true monarch Liu Jimao, who was now a cultivator of the upper 5 realms and a consecrator of the True Realm sect, had completely regarded Ji Kan as his only direct disciple after the master and disciple question and answer session before he went into seclusion. He left the river severing sutra, which was related to the foundation of the Great Tao, to Ji Kan. His senior sister, Lord Tian, who now regarded this little junior brother as her last life-saving straw. The young general of Dali, Guan Iran, who was originally in charge of guarding Cloud Tower City, had already left. However, the new general of Dali was clearly a friend of the great-great-grandson of the Guan family. Moreover, he was the kind of person who would only drink lower than Guan Iran at the table. Ji Kan knew that they were friends and not friends, but it didn't matter. The new emperor of the Stone Hair Country, Han Jingling, the youngest assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Huang He, and many other young old friends of Book Lake had privately come to find Ji Kan one after another. The most important thing was that an uninvited guest once came to find him. Ji Kan recognized the other party's identity at a glance, even if the other party used a camouflage technique. Ji Kan didn't pretend to be stupid. He directly bowed and respectfully called him Sect Master Jiang. Jiang Shangzhen was quite happy at that time. Not only did he enter the door, but he also drank with Ji Kan and silently isolated himself from the world. He didn't treat Ji Kan as an outsider at all and said a few shocking words. He said that Jiang Shangzhen was 2F** King Sullen now. He was lying on the side of the bed and snoring like thunder. He also scolded the old sect master of the Jade sect for choosing a place that was too stupid. Any other place in the middle of nowhere would have been fine, but he chose this place. Wasn't he deliberately making it impossible for Jiang Shangzhen to sleep every day? Ji Kan just listened and held the cup with both hands, but he didn't drink. The meaning of this action was very simple. He, Ji Kan, as long as he was in Book Lake, would only be the Ji Kan that sect master Jiang thought should be the right Ji Kan. As for Ji Kan's current situation, what he thought, what his heart was, and what he wanted in the future, everything was not important at all. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen only came, drank a few cups of wine, and left. Ji Kan never hide these things from Seng Yi and Ma Duyi except for some words of the sect master of the True Realm sect. However, Seng Yi and Ma Duyi were still very worried at first. They were worried that Ji Kan would become the Ji Kan of Verdant Canyon Island and not the Ji Kan who followed Mr. Chen through mountains and rivers. Fortunately, Ji Kan didn't make them worry too much. In addition to all kinds of unimaginable social activities and drinking parties, Ji Kan would still take at least 6 months out of every year to travel with Seng Yi and Ma Duyi around the mountains near Book Lake. In the process, in addition to the mountains and rivers, there were also many unexpected conflicts. One of them was a tragedy in the human world. Ji Kan did not keep the peace like he did in the past, and neither did he dismiss the matter with a smile. This time, he used the ordinary sword at his waist, which was originally just for show, to kill 12 Qi refinement warriors alone. All of them were killed in one strike, and among them was a Dragon Gate cultivator whom Seng Yi and Ma Duyi were very wary of. However, before Ji Kan, who was not even a sword cultivator, they could not be said to have any power to fight back. At that time, even Seng Yi and Ma Duyi felt very satisfied. Those cultivators deserved to die. In the end, Ji Kan had his back to the two. He held the sword in one hand and was not in a hurry to sheath it. He clenched his other hand into a fist and gently knocked the hand that held the sword to shake off the blood on the long sword. When Ji Yukan turned around, he had already sheathed the sword. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Heaven and earth give birth to life and collect corpses. Don't worry about it." Now, Ji Yukan's family business was not small. In addition to the verdant canyon island that Liu Zhimao won back, there were many islands under his name. Therefore, Ji Yukan rarely came to the house in the alley. However, every time he came back from a trip or took a break from work, he would come here to stay for a night. There was enough corn today. Although he could only eat a small half each time, the child still ate until his belly was round. Ji Yukan was thinking about something. He had gone through a lot of twists and turns to carefully place the 2 chess pieces in Zhengyang Mountain and the Shu family in Qingfeng City. Even he didn't know when he would be able to use them. Since he couldn't rush it, he would take it slow. The child burped and simply sat on the ground. He looked at the guy surnamed Ji Yu and asked, "Other than me, who would be so easy to talk to and let you eat a big chunk of corn?" Ji Yukan glanced at him. The child was suddenly a little scared. Ji Yukan laughed and pointed at the child's face. "Wipe your snot." The child immediately sniffed and didn't even need to wipe it with the back of his sleeve. Ji Yukan thought for a moment and said, "It's probably very difficult for me and that person to return to the relationship we had before. But it's okay. As long as I don't make a big mistake, not even once, he can only keep thinking about me. There are so many good friends in the world who break up at the drop of a hat. They don't even have a falling out, but they still gradually drift apart. I feel more at ease when I'm not far from him like this." Ji Yukan looked at the child who was sitting on the ground with his head shrunk. He smiled and said, "What do you think? Little snot?" The child didn't know why, but he felt that he didn't recognize the current Ji Yukan, so he didn't dare to make a fuss like before. He said softly, "I'll do whatever you say. I'm young and don't know anything. I'll listen to you." Ji Yukan laughed. "You're smart, but you're still a little lacking compared to me." This time, the child wasn't afraid of him anymore. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm smart? Go and ask the teacher about the teacher's ruler." Ji Yukan made a sound of agreement and said with emotion, "That makes sense." Ji Yukan suddenly stood up and said to the child, "Go sit in my room for a while. Remember not to mess around." The child didn't know what was going on, but he still obediently went to Ji Yukan's room. However, he stood on his tiptoes by the windowsill, worried that something would happen to Ji Yukan. So he was still a smart child. There was a kind of intelligence that was innate. Ji Yukan looked at the door and said with a smile, "It's okay if you don't want to come in. I'll go out and see you." A weak scholar who had stuck his head out timidly appeared and introduced himself. "My name is Liu Kai-cheng. I'm from the Baishan country, which is very close to Lakeview Academy. I was originally traveling to study at Bookslip Lake. When I arrived at Cloud Tower City, I was confused and inexplicably stood here. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm definitely not a thief. I'm a proper gentleman, the kind with scholarly achievement." Ji Yukan narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. "Since there's no need for me to go out, I'd like to invite you to come out." The scholar's aura changed completely and he strode over the threshold. Liu Kai-cheng clicked his tongue in wonder. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Ji Yukan stood up and said with a smile, "As long as you don't think that this child can't be left alive, it's fine." Liu Kai-cheng laughed when he heard this. Interesting. Wonderful. By the way, I originally came to take back the River Severing Sutra. I was worried that it would meet a bad person, but I didn't expect it to be a match made in heaven. Kid, you look young, but your cultivation level is quite high. What's your name?" Ji Yukan had a strange expression and thought of something. "Senior, are you going to take in another disciple?" Liu Chicheng's expression changed slightly. He was a little embarrassed and sighed. "It's embarrassing to be in such a situation." Ji Yukan said, "Senior, please speak properly. We need to discuss things properly." Ji Yukan paused for a moment and stared at this scholar who was definitely at an extremely high cultivation level. However, he didn't show any respect. Otherwise, Senior will be disappointed after being pleased for a moment. Liu Kaicheng copied Jiu Kan and said, "That makes sense." Then Liu Kaicheng smiled. "You shouldn't stay in this small pond. You should go to the White Emperor city of the central divine continent." The Dali dynasty's national strength was rising with each passing day. Recently, there had been a continuous drizzle in Dallas Old Middle Peak, which was annoying. The Great Li dynasty originally had 5 mountains, but now they had all been demoted to mountain deities. In addition to the new North Peak, the cloud-covering mountain, 3 mountains were about to be selected to serve as the North Peak's mountain to assist the crown prince. In the past, the entire Aquarius continent had not been so particular. In the vast world, the central divine continent had done something similar in history, but the results were not obvious. It could even be said that the consequences were far-reaching. This was because this was a waste of money and effort. It was also not liked, and it was easy to cause problems. The reason was simple. These vassal mountain ranges were usually very far away from Mount Dau. They were not the kind of mountains that were adjacent to Mount Dau. The old mountain gods were nominally living under someone else's roof and were inferior to the mountain lord of Mount Dau. Once they became the mountain lord of the Mount Dau, the rules and restrictions increased tremendously. This was because the mountain lord could do whatever he wanted and arrive at his own mountain at an extremely fast speed. According to the etiquette set by the scholarly sage, the imperial court originally only had the Ministry of Rites, which could inspect and evaluate the merits and demerits of a mountain god. Although the Minister of Rites and the Assistant Minister did not dare to neglect this matter, after all, this was an important matter for the country. However, the specific matters were all handled by the imperial physician of the Department for Purging Officials. The one that they had to deal with all year round was actually this imperial physician, who was not of high rank but held real power. Not only that, Shanjun and Dau could wantonly plunder the fate chi of mountains and rivers from the mountains where the mountain god temple was located. Of course, Dau could also give the crown prince's mountain in return. However, even if Shanjun said it with certainty, could it really be believed? A green-clothed woman was walking on the mountain path with an oil paper umbrella in her hand. This trip was to reason with them. If they could not be reasoned with, then they would eat something. After all, the entire area of the Old Middle Peak could be considered the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. On the way north, she picked up a little girl on the way and brought her along. The charming little girl smiled and asked, "Sister Shosho, do you know the name of the paper umbrella in our hands?" Ruan Shio said absent-mindedly, "I don't know." "Hold flowers. Isn't it very vivid and very nice?" "Yes." "Sister Shosho, why are you always so listless?" "I finished the pastries. I'm hungry." "That makes sense." "Sister Shosho, have you heard that eating bayberries without spitting out the seeds and eating watermelons without spitting out the seeds can make you feel better?" Ruan Shio laughed and patted the little girl's head. "Look at how smart you are." The little girl raised her feet and looked at her muddy shoes. She said gloomily, "Annoying." Ruan Shio nodded. "Very annoying indeed." The little girl moved a few steps away. Then, she stepped on the mud heavily and asked, "Sister Shosho, do you have a sweetheart?" Ruan Shio smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Yes." The little girl turned around and raised the oil paper umbrella higher. She looked at Sister Shosho's profile for a long time and said softly, "Sister Shosho, you are so nice. Why doesn't he go out with you?" Ruan Shio thought for a moment and said, "He has always been in my heart." The little girl put her finger on her cheek and made a face. "Sister Shosho, you are a woman. You are not shy at all." Ruan Shio began to answer the little girl who had a lot of questions. "Is that so? In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom?" The woman who had been wearing red clothes year after year did not stay in the Cliff Academy today but went to an ordinary orange garden in the suburbs of the capital. It was a pity that it was not winter yet. Otherwise, the oranges hanging on the trees would look like little girls in red clothes. Li Baoping just had a sudden idea today. She remembered that she had passed by this place earlier and wanted to take a look. After seeing it, she was satisfied and went back the way she came. On the way back, she met two people who made Li Baoping even happier. One was little Charcoal, who carried a small bamboo box and held a walking stick. The other was the guy who was nicknamed Big White Goose by little Charcoal. Pei Qian ran towards Li Baoping. Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head. Taller. Take it easy. Don't turn from a short winter melon to a tall bamboo pole. Pei Qian, who was originally in high spirits, immediately became worried. Li Baoping pinched Pei Qian's face and laughed. I am just teasing you. Why is your little brain still so slow? Pei Qian had a lot to say to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping gestured to Pei Qian not to be anxious. She turned and asked, Is little Martial Uncle okay? Kui Dongshan smiled and nodded. Little Martial Uncle, sir, Master will be back. Pei Qian said angrily, Put Master in front of sir. Li Baoping looked at the two guys who were chasing each other. She took a deep breath and rubbed her cheeks with both hands. It was a pity that little Martial Uncle was not here. Otherwise, it would snow in winter and everyone could have a snowball fight together. After growing up, she met little Martial Uncle the least. Of course, she and little Martial Uncle were on the same team. On the big tree at the top of Cliff Academy, Kui Dongshan, Li Baoping, and Pei Qian climbed up one by one. They were extremely skilled. They sat side by side on the branches. Pei Qian wanted to sit in the middle. Kui Dongshan could not compete with him. Li Baoping gave in to him. Pei Qian succeeded and was overjoyed. Li Baoping had already heard Pei Qian talk about his experiences along the way. He spoke very slowly. He had just finished talking about taking the ferry to Old Dragon City on Oxhorn Mountain. Kui Dongshan hugged the back of his head with both hands and shook his legs. The capital of the Great Sui Kingdom at night was brightly lit. Most of the prosperous places in the world were probably like this. The moon melted in the light wind. Wealth and peace were the way of the world. Kui Dongshan closed his eyes and did not want to look at these anymore. He had seen far too many of them. He only hoped that Sir would return to his hometown early in a beautiful season. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.